Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be doing some side questing with Smol Kai. Because last week we finished the main quest, of course. Which means last time we left off doing, we were working on unlocking flying everywhere in Heavensward. And also just leveling Black Mage a little bit while we were at it. So that the XP doesn't go to waste. Yeah. So we're pretty much going to continue on that. I'm thinking if we can get like a light party together, we might as well do stuff like leveling roulette so that we get that done. But yeah, there's not that much, not as much concentrated focus on what we need to get done here, simply because the main quest is done. I hope you all are doing well. How's our inventory? We have lots of food. 58. We equip some new gear to you? No. Oh, we made money. And we got a wing. Yum. Oh, nice. We have it here. Right, we finished Ravanian Forelands. So I'm thinking, well, we could finish the Dravanian Hinterlands side. So that we get that whole section done. I'm not sure where the quests are, so I have a feeling that some of the quests to unlock it might be here. Well, just that is Stone Sky Sea. What about you? That's Wondrous Tales. We need the ones that award ether currents, if there are any. I'm guessing that was Alexander or something. There it is. There's one.
FFXIV has very important task for trusty Outlander. Must be done with fastness. Etherite of Idleshare needs of inspection, may needs upkeep too. If guppies do not take a look at and fix little problems, its spinnings may shudder and stop. Or there is very big boom, but FFXIV does not have the right tools. Outlander, there is no time to waste. FFXIV needs etherflow distributors. The nearest are in base of Illuminati. Come, raid their storepot.
And there's Shade. That is one quest. How many are we looking for? 4 quests. Hey Gilano, I hope you're doing well. We're hunting for ether current awarding quests. And I'm not sure which ones award them, so I'm just looking around. Is this? Oh, maybe it's down there. It's a Moogle. Hello. Nope. That is not the one. Hey Meowie, how are you doing? Maybe taking stock. It's not a level 60 quest. That might nice. Nope, there's one.
Gosh damn it, I've been had.
Some twice cursed sons of a mad, blind bitch have made off with all my. Is this like that? Is a really you need to like work on your language, lady. Have made off with all my takens and my tradables too. I knew this place was full of treasure hunters, but I never reckoned it'd be my treasures they'd be hunting. And it ain't just my losses that concern me. The gobbies count on the goods I bring in to keep this place fed and watered. If I don't get my stock back, this whole town could fall apart. What do you say, adventurer? Will you help me bring these thieving curs to book? An adventurer coming back from the answering quarter says he bumped into a gang of ill-looking brutes on Front Bridge. Nearly knocked the poor kid into the Thaliac, they did. Anyhow, he says they were heading into the ruins. Meet me there, and we'll start the search. Oh wait, did you have a second quest? Nope. Let me go ball that for you. An unexpected proposal. Hey Hazian, are you doing well? Final Fantasy XIV. That is correct. What's up? There are 2 in Idleshire, 2 in Matoya's Cave, and 1 in the hinterlands. Well, then we have the 2 from here, I suppose. And we're missing... We're missing 2, then. Oh. Off into the hinterlands we go, then. Yeah, indeed. Oh, that's Ardell. Gelano. If I remember correctly, what happens? Well, we can test it. I'm pretty sure that when I go to the zone change, either you both get booted off the mount here, or you land in the zone off the mount. I think that's how it goes. Or not? Huh. Are you still on? Are you still on it on your screen? You had to make a clip. Of what? What did I do now? Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, well, I mean, if you walk into like, I don't know, a hair salon and then go hair salon, then I'm pretty sure that the owner will be like, yes. You know what I mean? That's nice. I wonder what happens, like, because the reason why I thought you would get booted off the mount during the loading screen is if I have, like, so let's say that my computer took 1 second to load into the Dravanian hinterlands, but both Gilano and Shade's computers or consoles took 30 seconds, then do they just like finish loading and then they're like somewhere in the Dravanian hinterlands wherever I dropped them off? Or like exactly, are they like, will they be on my mount, or will they just like zone into the zone and be like, well, my boss left me? Like I could understand why the mechanic is that you would just get dumped from the vehicle once you go through a loading screen. Like I can see why. And also, bank, bank. Yes, this is a bank, and this is a hold up or a stick up. Give me the money. Well met, lass. Now, here's the plan. Considering the weight of the stuff they stole, they won't get far on foot. Chances are they've got a boat hidden somewhere. I'll get onto my crew and have them stake out the riverbank. In the meantime, I want you to search the ruins for whatever you can find. Might be the bandits are lying low out there, or maybe they've stashed the loot and moved on. If you should have chance on any of my belongings, I'd be obliged if you'd bring them back to me. Maybe aggressively shouting bank isn't the best idea. What do you mean? Oh, it just ghosts your character until you've loaded in? Interesting. Yeah. Just walking into a bank and yelling bank might stamp you as a lunatic. Might not be the most effective. I'm going to guess that it's Saroroko's common life and louder than words that are the quests that we're looking for. In that case, the key trick to look for is that the plus quests that are for level 60 are not the ones that give ether currents. Oh. Look at me, I'm pulling. Right. I need to actually jump through Idleshare to get over there, right? That'll work. It's probably better than taking the long way around when we are literally right there. Thank you. Switch to the flying magic school bus as opposed to the not flying magic school bus. The slightly less magical school bus is the one that Smol Kai has. Wow, a summoning stone. Hey, tap clicks.
You are stranger. You are sneaky peeker. You are thief working for Illuminati. You can't take these things. No. They are for all to enjoy. But Illuminati always try to steal and hide things. Tap clicks must be on constant guard. If you say you are Gobby friend, then prove it. Find Illuminati and defeat them. Drive them away from this place.
Normally my perspective on so this has sometimes come up before on stream is that technically I could just like when we have this like entourage running like roaming around the world like this, like if I'm the only person here the only person here that can't fly, then I could just, you know, have someone like take me everywhere. But I feel like that is like that is a little boring. Whereas it is more interesting to like travel around myself, and then everyone can come along. But just like getting over a gap, I feel like is like it was just like 2 minutes of traveling and loading screens saved. It's not a big deal. Nazian says, I like how this one guy is like, yeah, you singular person will rob me, and not the large organization with hundreds of men. Like, that is true. You, who is not a goblin, is going to rob me, not the enemies, like, just down the street. Like, okay, in fairness to tap clicks, I did bring bodyguards. So, you know. And also, yeah, it's because I'm a Lalafell, of course.
You slew Illuminati fighting force. You are true Gobby friend. The things here are for all people of Idleshare, but Illuminati trying to steal them away. Illuminati is our enemy. Illuminati is your enemy. This means you are our friend.
Or maybe I'm just helping you with stuff to trick you into thinking that I'm the good guy. We should probably do ebb and ether flow while we are on this side. Ebb and ether flow. Did I? Right, I wait. I actually am missing an ether current in the zone. Southwest. Oh, incredible! I'm missing an ether current. I wonder where it is. Turns to the right. Ah. That was, I could not have planned that better myself. Hey Kitsun Echo, I hope you're doing well. My internet is acting up. Luckily, Final Fantasy XIV is not an online game, so I have nothing to worry about. A callback to, was it last week? I said, or was it the week before that? When I said, Final Fantasy XIV is not Final Fantasy Online, or something to that effect. Matthew says, just like how Guy makes guides to trick us into thinking he's a good guy. Ah, Explorer level up! Those are rare. I don't remember where I typically put between the lines on my bars. Also, what is happening with that? Why was Blizzard 4? Why is Fire 4 there? What's happening? You don't want between the lines, yeah. Get out of there. Oh, whoa. Careful. Now we're suddenly a bunch of level 60 somethings. That was really weird. It like for me it felt like they just suddenly turned on us. Like I was standing there just fine. Hey Tracy, I hope you're doing well. Sun is a deadly laser, but overall is going great. Except the fact that I've been playing like an entire week of Terraria day by day and hate every single every single class in Terraria, Kitsun Echo? Is that what you mean? So here's the thing. I don't remember ever having to walk into this building. I happen to know there's a hole in the roof. I normally use that when I need to do a fate here. So I'm just kinda just walking around. Not enough hotbar. It's more that, so the thing is that I don't always remember what my hotbars are supposed, like what my hotbars are on my main. But if it's completely wrong, then there's a good chance that I'll recognize that it is completely wrong. But abilities like between the lines I don't actually use very much, so I'm not entirely sure where it's supposed to be. Like, looking at my bars right now, I know for certain that the transpose normally isn't on 8. It's usually on shift 8. However, I'm not sure what goes on 8. Not like without checking. Illuminati pot. Well, the thing is with Terraria is that you kind of like it's a little awkward because in the early game you can like get used to like being able to use a little bit of everything if you feel like it, but then as you get further in the game, you start to run into like the specialized gear sets where like, oh, this only boosts melee, this only boosts ranged, and so on and so forth, and you don't really have options to like mix it up. And I have spoken like with people where they're like, well, not directly, but I have like friends that told me like, oh yeah, I have this friend who's playing through, like I'm playing through Terraria with, for some reason, they refuse to stick to a specific weapon type. Like, they run around and like use a little bit of everything, which then of course leads to the fact that they might be running around with, well, I have the melee armor on because it gives me the best defense, but I like the spells better, so I'll primarily use spells. And then like you see how much damage they're doing, and it's not amazing. Like, let's say that, not impressive. So I can see how some would be annoyed with the classes. Yeah, the Calamity mod is interesting. But if you've already gotten to like Yeheron, then I'm pretty sure that you've reached a point where if someone is mad about their build or their class, the problem is more that it'll take an eternity to grind up all the accessories again because of all the like mixed accessories that you might need that late in the game. Can I... Oh, that is a nice one too. Hey. It looked for a second like some of you just disappeared when you sat in the bus. But I personally, like, I have tried playing the Calamity mod for Terraria with a friend. We didn't get that far, simply because it was like a case of that friend had already played a lot of Terraria recently, and I had too. So it was just like, we didn't get far before we both realized that we needed a break from the game. And then there was also some latency issues, I believe. Oh, cool. I brought blue mages. Didn't expect that one, did you? And a ninja. That explanation, Kitsuneko, actually reminds me of something. Like, now, everyone, just for a second, realize that Terraria is so old that I can say, like, a decade ago, I had a playthrough where we were like, it was like two that were like, I believe there was two Americans hosting a server, and then there was me in Denmark, and one from like that was from Britain, that were joining in, and we were just playing vanilla Terraria. Back then, mods in general were a nightmare to even make work, as I recall. The thing is that the two Americans were like, so they were like, I think like 13 or something like that, and they had not completed the game before. Like, it was kind of like their first go around. Meanwhile, me and the Brit had completed the game several times. So like, I built a base really quickly, and the Brit just built his like a little house with some chests on top of my house, so that we could get to work. Like, we went over and killed the Eye of Cthulhu first. We went over and farmed the Eater of Worlds. and so on and so forth. And the thing is that it wasn't like we were just running ahead. The thing is that every time we said, do you guys want in on this? Like, do you also want to join the boss fight? They were typically like, nah, I'm busy with this other thing. Like, they were building their house or something. Like, some random stuff. And eventually we just got tired of, like, farming gear for them. And just went, well, if you want the good gear, you have to participate in the farm, right? And if you have people along that aren't really playing, it's going to ruin the fun for you. So remember that.
Woe is me, Ribbon. Mistress Matoya will have my hide. Aye. You are our guest, and yet you would lend me your aid? Oh, thank you, kind adventurer. I am in your debt. Permit me to introduce myself, Ribbon. I am Zaro Rocco, a humble servant of Mistress Matoya. I am tasked with picking leaves from her herb garden, from which I make her tea. Her tea. Alas, drawn to their medicinal properties, bugs have recently taken to ravaging the herbs.
You're a frog. That sounds like dinner.
I attempted to get rid of the pests, but they are too much for a lone Parocco to handle. I would be grateful if you could eliminate them in my stead, Ribbit.
You're a frog. It's not. Well, maybe the insects are really big. Yeah, Terraria is like something that I also just mainly play in bursts, I think. Oh wait, the bugs are right there. Well, some of them. Okay, that is pretty big for a frog. There's one here. Doesn't the frog tank one of the duty support dungeons? Yes, he does, apparently. Correct. Interesting. I think it's very interesting when they put a job in a position that they wouldn't normally be in. Like, I believe Caetsu can tank as a samurai. Like, I can't remember if that's what he does in Bottoms and Middle. Yeah, like, tank samurai. And DPS samurai. And look, a shaman.
The bugs are no more? Oh, thank you. Not only are you kind, but you are strong as well, Ribbit. Now I can resume my duties again, harvesting and making tea. It is all I am capable of.
Well,
I'm a veiled creation, you see. Unlike my mistress's other children, I'm incompetent and clumsy. Want of a task I could perform, she bade me serve her tea 7 times daily, but even in this, I needed assistance. Ribbit. Unless I make myself more useful, it is only a matter of time before my mistress removes my enchantment. Then I would revert to an ordinary toad, incapable of speech. I cannot bear the thought of that. I must become a better servant, and I believe that I can do so, if only I knew what my mistress desires. Having received of her blessing, the brooms here are bound to possess this knowledge. Alas, they refuse to talk to me. But as you are our guest, they cannot willfully ignore you, even if they are not entirely cooperative or forthright. Please speak with them, Ribbit, and acquire the information I need to survive.
Yes, that is totally a quest we will do. Absolutely. Sarorogo, my friend. Absolutely, we're doing that. Quietly sneaks out of the room. Yeah, I wonder, it is interesting that frog legs is a taunt in that regard, huh? But it is then I'll just not use the bridge if it's going to be like that. It is pretty funny that, so back in the day, in, like, at least in Stormblood, I am actually not entirely confident on A Realm Reborn or Heavensward, but in Stormblood, back when you had to choose your role actions, one of the role actions that tanks could choose was called Ultimatum, I believe. And it was an AoE taunt, like as opposed to Provoke, which was a single target taunt. And obviously, unless you actually needed to like taunt quickly back to back, in most situations, I would assume that Ultimatum was considered worse than, you know, a defensive cooldown. Like, if you lose control of Enmity in a dungeon and which was very very possible in Stormblood and before that, then Ultimatum is probably not going to be enough to save the day, I think. And if you had to choose between that and something else that was more helpful, potentially in more situations, then why would you ever pick it? And that was actually a pretty common problem in at least from my perspective, with role actions in Stormblood. Before Stormblood, cross-class actions was like you could choose 5, but the list was like, some of the actions were obviously never useful, and some of them were always useful, so it was relatively straightforward to see what might be good and what might be bad. Some jobs you might go, I would be nice to have this if I had a 6th slot, but I don't need it. But in Stormblood, there were a lot of actions that were like, this is really good, and 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 now you're up to 5, and then you go, that's also really good. But it's more niche than these 5, and then that just never gets used. Like, I've talked a little bit about this before, but there was this, I believe it was a ninja action. It was a ninja action called Goad, I believe. With a D, not T. It would be pretty funny if it was Goat. And what it did was it caused your target to recover TP faster for a little bit, which was really neat for having resources to attack on AoE in, say, Stormblood. But in Stormblood, Goat was made into a role action. Now, the thing is, you could choose Invigorate, I believe it was called Invigorate, which gave you like 400 TP immediately. And then you had 4 other slots, and among those options were things like, you know, Leg Sweep, Second Wind, Bloodbath, Feint, you know, the classics of melee DPS. And then also Goad. And now the thing is that you could choose between a defensive to keep you alive, or you could choose this ability that could help someone else do more damage. In my experience of playing Stormblood, I think I might have experienced someone actually using Goad on me, like a grand total of like once ever, because no one used it, because it was like, the problem wasn't Goad, the problem was that there were options, like selfish options you could choose instead, and you had no reason to choose the selfless options if you could choose the selfish options. And that's why nowadays your role actions look like this, and you just get all of them. Because if you had to choose, then you were absolutely not choosing the ones that aren't always helpful. Like, if you had to choose 4 here, then sleep would become even less viable. Because then it's not about whether sleep is useful or not. It's about whether it's more useful than Addle, or Lucid Dreaming, or Surecast, or Swiftcast. And all of those are more useful, which makes sleep less useful because you have to choose. And Gilano says it was added with Stormblood and removed with Shadowbringers, so it only lasted an expansion. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I haven't done so super like huge amounts of research on Warrior and Paladin, or Dark Knight for that matter, in like A Realm Reborn Heavensward times. So I don't know like the smaller details, like did any of them have an AoE taunt? So Ultimatum was apparently a new one. Interesting. Lucid Dreaming was also a new one, I believe. Right. How was the search, adventurer? Did you find anything? I found a box. A wooden box filled with various odds and ends wrongfully taken from Midnight Dew of Idleshire. That is a very small box. Like, and also, did you just have me, like, throw it at you? Like, just hook it? My stock. Well, one chest's worth of it anyway. There's still some missing, but this is a damn good start. You've got the nose of a bloodhound, lass. I'll be wanting a lend of that sniff of yours to track down the rest of my property. And we will totally do that quest. Absolutely. Quietly sneaks away in a giant magic school bus. You know, so the thing is that I've heard this one many times. Like, people say that, like, they do this thing where they help with a quest. Like, you can see that it's like a whole quest line. But the first quest is the one that grants you ether current. So people will, like, start the rescue mission of someone or something, and then they will be like this, oh, here's the ether current, by the way. Let's continue the search, and then you kind of just leave. Like, I'm just going to go over here now. Like, you gave me what I needed, so but because my the way I've gone about it has, like, back in the day on my main, I actually did a huge amount of these quests, like with the classic button mash. So I don't think I ever realized why I did many of these things. And when I later turned around and did the follow-up quest, it didn't click that I actually left this person to their devices for a year. Yeah, exactly, Nelva says. We basically do this one meme where the guy does the peace sign and then disappears. And Hoshi said, and Hoshi's Nelva says, why was my first thought on the ultimatum? Like, you force the enemies to give you money. Ultimatum. Yeah, actually, when you cast ultimatum, what happens is, like, time stops, and you, like, bring in their family. Like, we're having an intervention. You need to stop. You need to stop fighting the Warrior of Light. Like, it's an addiction. We need to work on that as a family. Putting an ultimatum forward. You need to stop this now, or we are leaving. Wasn't that like a TV show? I think it was. My uptime. As Outlander found Aetherflow distributors. 3 of them. A highly complex instrument used to gauge the stability of an aetherite. Thank you, Outlander. With these, half-six can do upkeep. Outlanders of Charlian are making aetherites to whirl, using tricksy ancient knowings. If Gobbiflock uses tools and parts left by old Uplanders, then Aetherite of Idleshire will stay spinning for many, many years. It's a spinning one. It's the spinny one. Oh, money. Wow. Sea of Clouds next, I think. Actually, Churning Mists makes more sense. It's closer. Oh. Fasadi appeared. We have 4 blue mages and a black mage. We're missing an ether current in the zone. It's way north. Right. 4 quests. I'm guessing this one is the first one? Yes. Roadkill.
You aren't thinking of heading towards Asa, are you? Best watch yourself if you are. Our chaosaurs stalk the road looking for an easy meal. If only someone could drive them away, Kupo. Oh, you seem the type for dragon hunting. Why don't you slay 3 of the archosaurs and open the road back up for Moogle traffic? Once the deed is done, let Mokmont in Asa know.
That sounds difficult. I'm not entirely sure if all of the ether current things in this area is from this zone. But we'll see. Hey, Margaret.
Have you ever bathed in the waters to the northeast? Of course not, because a gang of burly Robkins has been attacking any who goes near them. Come on, if you were kind enough to slay a few, that might scare them away, giving me time for a dip in the waters.
You got it? Kitsuneka says, I wonder how long I've spent in Final Fantasy XIV already. If you go in-game and write /playtime, it will tell you. So we have 4 quests. Hey Sid, hope you're doing well. I'm guessing waiting to inhale and hide your Moogles are the other ether current quests. So we're going to the bathing bully first. Now the question is whether I know the way there. It is pretty funny being in the open world in a party where you're just like hanging out and suddenly battle music plays. So has everyone prepared their blue mages with 104 blue mage spells in preparation for Tuesday? Yeah. Yeah, so patch 6.45 is coming on Tuesday, which includes level 80 blue mage. Are you serious? Haha! Outsmarted! Take that! That is true, Hazian. We're getting. Can I not see the ledge, or am I supposed to get up somewhere else? Wait a minute. I could just kill those over here. The way it works, Hazian, is that relic weapons will not reach savage item level until the like final patch of the expansion. So we're expecting them to go to 645. We're expecting 645, and then in either, like, I'm pretty sure that 665 relic weapons will happen in patch 655 or 656, depending on how they choose to name it. Sometimes the final patch becomes 656. Your Voidcast weapon will be useless. Well, not entirely. It will have the advantage of being easier to get if you play a lot of jobs. And Kitsuneko, the answer to that is when you reach, like, level 54 in the MSQ. Wait, there's more right here. What a quest. Right, so waiting to inhale. It is really funny how we just have like this strike squad. You just got the Mogul is like, can you kill 3 of these Throbkin? Like, you alone should be powerful enough. And then I just like, we just roll up with a kill squad of blue mages specialized in killing random open world mobs in an instant. Yes, I can help you with that. The reason why the item level jumps are so big in old content is simply because so especially in A Realm Reborn, I think it's just that they hadn't quite figured out how they wanted like the gear progression to be. But if you really think about it, the amount of gear, like item level upgrades you go from, like you get from level 50, like new level 50 to like Ironworks Magitech is like 80 item levels. And it kind of makes sense, like starter level 50 gear incidentally is like item level 50, right? It's just that you're given like item level 70 gear immediately, which was also an upgrade. Like the upgraded job gear that you see in like that you see through a lot of dungeons that drop these like tokens you can trade in. Like you that's how you were supposed to get them, as far as I understand. And then like power creep, you could say.
Whatever can be taking her so long, Kupo? My replacement should have been here already, but I don't see her anywhere. I'm so hungry. I wager she went home on account of those troublesome Tullihans that are flapping about. If you slay 4 of them, that should secure a safe passage, giving my replacement no excuse. Please, my stomach begs you, Kupo.
Oh. Oops. I could have picked that quest up a little faster. That's my bad. But it is like when you really think about it, the jump from the start of an expansion's max level to the end is actually less insane now, back in A Realm Reborn than it is now. Like, your starting gear at level 90 in Endwalker was 560, right? I'm pretty sure it was 560. And we're finishing on 665. In A Realm Reborn, your starter gear was 50, and we end on 135.
Thank you. Now that the trolley hands are out of the way, it's only a matter of time before my replacement gets here. I'm about to pass out from hunger, so I think I'll go ahead. What could go wrong, Kupo?
I don't know what could go wrong with you stepping away from your guard position. I don't know what you're guarding for. Where's the ether current? Oh, we passed it. Whoops. And Zip is missing about 100. Wait, what? Are you talking about the spells you're missing? Or your playtime? Or your item level of your blue mage? You know, that 113 could be a lot of things, except the amount of spells you're missing, I suppose. Oh, there it is. Excellent. And then we deliver that. And then we grab that. Do that, and then we deliver quests. Oh! Huh. Actually, how does that look? Well, that is adorable. Let's do that. Let's work with this until at least we get back to a hub where we can fix it, if we want to fix it. That is cute. Did I run us into a dead end? I think I did, didn't I? Earlier, Shade said, "Is it only the like the chauffeur on a multi-seater mount that takes fall damage?" And I thought the answer was yes, but it appears to be no. Did you hear that? What's the next spell we get? Thunder 4. But yeah, regarding the relic weapons thing, the relic weapons for like the vast majority of an expansion are like designed as a gear catch-up system. Like they're an easy to get weapon in terms of how much skill you need to get it, but a really difficult weapon to get usually in terms of how much time investment it takes. And I say usually because the Endwalker one has been kinda easy.
Is that someone from below? How did you get past the archosaurs infesting the road?
I don't know, there was like 4 near the road.
What? Moxie asked you to slay them for him? It's just like him to depend on the kindness of strangers. We've barely been able to venture outside of Asa for fear of being attacked. Now, thanks to you, the roads are just a little safer, Kupo.
Actually, I think I really like this. Not super keen on Smol Caetsu with no glasses, but the robe is really cute. But yeah, for the majority of an expansion, the relic weapons are basically like a way to get a decent weapon without being like a savage raider. And that means that like the relic weapons were released when you could get like 630 weapons, right? But during the time where 620 was something that you could buy with tomestones, but there was not an alliance raid yet, so you couldn't upgrade anything to 630 without savage raiding. And then when with the alliance raid, I can't remember if it was with the Alliance raid or in like a you know, point X5 patch that they made it so that it could be so that it could be upgraded. But it came later, and 645 is going to be the same. And yeah, you are totally right, Hoshi. Fortunately, it could be pink, but we'll look at that when we get to get to a place where we can fix that.
Ooh, hide and seek seemed like a fun game at first, but I had no idea everyone would be so good at it. Now I just want to go home. Would you find the other 3 Muggles and tell them it's time to leave, Kubo?
Yes. Let's go looking for Muggles.
It's a muttering Moogle. I can't believe you found me. I'll find an even better hiding spot next time, Kubo.
Hide and seek with map radar. Well, it just says they're in this area. That is like, I suppose that the Moogle that gave the quest like just pointed out on the map they're in this area. That's what we agreed on. Emasculated Moogle.
No, I fell asleep in my hiding place. I think I'll return to my comfy bed.
Oh. Ow. Lasers! Can I... I found a spot to climb on.
You actually found me. Ah, well, I suppose it's time to go home, Kubo.
But it is pretty funny when they give you quests like that. Go and find someone, and then you just intuitively... Whoops. You just intuitively know that that they're there. Look, we have a legged whale.
Boink. Unbelievable! You've already found all the Moogles? Finally, we can go home. I've never seen such skillful seeking in my life, Kubo. Sorry to make you find everyone. We usually don't hide this well. You'll be the first one we invite to our next game.
Well, all of these are useless. Thanks. So here's the trick. If you only want to fix like a specific gear piece in your outfit. Actually, I think I want to fix the pants as well. But like if you only want certain pieces to get fixed, you can do like so. And then put on the gear. Actually, it looked better with I don't know. I don't think we have a Glamour Dispeller, do we? Do I? Oh, I have. I have 100. How much pink dye do we have? You know, I think this works. I think this is nice. Now we have a mage robe. And we also have Ozma here, as you can see. Ozma just hanging out.
Many thanks, brave adventurer. Finally I can enjoy a bath without the smell of raw dragonfish assaulting my senses. Say, a dip in the waters might serve to, freshen you up as well, Kupo.
Rude. Very rude. I just helped you and your first move is to say I stink? Next up, we go to Camp Cloudtop. So many mounts. Ah. There's one in Ishgard. Okay, in that case, let me just go to Ishgard first. I'll just get that. We recently held a ceremony to honor the passing of Sir Perfect name. We recently held a ceremony to honor the passing of Sir Chlodebeimt, third son of House Halinard. But I was surprised to see none of the Rose Knights from Camp Cloudtop in attendance. Not that they should abandon the camp, mind you, but at the very least I expected to see Hontemon or perhaps Lady Lenyaite in attendance. I am not good at French, or how you're supposed to pronounce the things. I'm sure she has her reasons for not attending, but Rontermon is a dear friend of mine, and I know how he cared for Sir Chlodebeimt. They worked quite closely together for many years, down to the very end. Which is why I want you to present this to him, the battle standard raised during the ceremony. I'm certain he would have attended if he could, and at the very least, I should think he would appreciate a memento from the ceremony. Chlodebeimt. Oh, French. I think French sounds really nice. It's just that often it can be difficult or outright impossible to actually know how you're supposed to pronounce the words without, like, looking it up. Because the letters don't explain it. Like, in fairness, English does not have the letters for many of the sounds. So, like, the only way to explain it is to, like, have it written in a specific way. I think Sip has had enough of our, viewer list, bot. Yeah, it is really hard with French, especially. Good evening, adventurer. What can I do for you? The sigil on this pennon is so battle-worn that it is barely recognizable as that of House Halinard. The battle standard of the Steel Vigil, charred by flame just as I remember. Though there is much I wish I could not remember from that day. In the wake of the calamity, we were all but defenseless, and Tzara and Zafat saw fit to give us no quarter. I should hope to never again see a battle so bloody. He laid down his life for our nation, for the few of us who escaped with our lives, a true leader to the bitter end, and I will always treasure the years spent under him. But I am not worthy of a mentor such as this. Though she may be reluctant to accept it, Lady Lenyaite should be the one to have this. I realize she has her own way to deal with grief, and I suspect that's why she did not attend the ceremony, but in all my years serving House Hylinard, they've never been the sort to simply let go of family. Please, friend, take the battle standard to her. Sip, have you not eaten anything in 2 days? That sounds really strange. Yesterday last night when we were playing Factorio, you said I should get something to eat. Did you not get something to eat? I could have sworn you said you were getting something to eat. Or maybe you stayed up talking with Greensville all night. Wait, wasn't there a plus quest here as well? The night.
Hello there, Kaitsu. Is there something you need? The battle standard from the Steel Vigil. You're too kind. This is a most unexpected gift. Chlode the Bound had a weird name, but was a good man, always ready to put his men's needs before his own. They were a family, and they mourned his loss like family, though I wish they had not followed Franzil's example. He insisted on a post in Central Curthus, hoping to avenge him someday, and Chodlebaim's men were quick to follow suit. But I refused to dwell on the past, grieving at gatherings year after year. It's not what he would have wanted. Nay, he would have me live my own life and fulfill my own dreams. His passing was a great loss to our house, but such hardships are not unfamiliar to us. Times are hard, but we will move forward, and in time, Ishgard will become the great nation he believed it could be, free of war.
I mean, actually, you're right. I'm pretty sure we're there, Lanyite.
Excuse me, Kaitsu. A moment of your time, if I may. I recently received a special request for assistance with zoological research, but I'm at a loss as to how to fulfill it. Are you familiar with gaily cats? They bear striking resemblance to kittens, but with wings. An acquaintance of mine is writing an article on their physiology and requires a sample of their wings for her work. Their sweet appearance belies a rather nasty temperament, and if it were simply a matter of slaying them, I would handle it myself. The problem, however, is that taking a proper sample requires a delicate touch, a certain finesse that is beyond the capabilities of my men and myself. Because they are so fragile, you may not obtain a proper sample from the first you fill, but I've no doubt a woman of your talents can procure a wing of immaculate quality. I realize this is a rather personal request, but I would be forever in your debt.
Yes, I will gather the gaily cat wing. I will totally not roast it with fire. That's totally not what's going to happen. And I totally won't bring 4 blue mages that will completely decimate it with every single type of spell in existence. Exactly, Quasari. Sear flesh, sear flesh from bone. Fools praying before a god. That was the wrong spell, but I'm casting it now. Or not? Wait, did it always say continue? Behold the fruits of sacrifice. Oh, that's Sip. Ah! He's trading with... He traded with me. For a second. Thank you so much. That was incredible. Did you just go and grab a Gaelic cat, Brett? Like while you were like on the way here? Sip really showing his mastery. He just went, "Oh, a Gaelic cat, you say?" and just like grabbed one like as he passed it and just stuffed it into his bag.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. Out of my sight!
How fares your search? I realize obtaining an undamaged Gaelic cat wing is no easy feat.
No, Lanyaite. I procured an entire Gaelic cat. Actually, 2 of them. Actually, 3 of them. Would you like a live specimen?
The leathery membrane of this Gaelic cat wing is in pristine condition, a perfect specimen for study. My, what an extraordinary find! I'm pleased to see your persistence has paid off. With this, she can resume her work on Cloudkin. Ah, how forgetful of me not to mention it sooner. This sample is meant for it. It's meant for... Is that like Atelier? Atelauni? Atelauni, the renowned naturalist. She's hard at work on a new article for New Eosian Geographic and requested a sample be delivered with the utmost haste. You can be sure she will hear it was the incomparable Caetsu Chaiji who made possible her latest work on Cloudkin, and not the 4 blue mages that did all the work, basically.
Whoops. 2 quests. I suppose it's, I'm guessing it's those 2. Our blue mages are dying.
Netherlings coming is fortuitous as late season rains. Gunavano and Gunavano's family faces desperate times. His brother verges on failing Zundu's rite of passage. Again, all Vanu in Oksundu must undergo rite of passage for respect of others in tribe, otherwise no better than nestling. Brother fails trial 7 times, must try for the 8th time soon. 8 times, no Vanu ever fails trial 8 times. If brother fails again, gales of laughter from others in tribe shame family until day, sun and sky no longer burns. Gunavanu sees Netherling help others like wind which brings seeds to bloom, and Gunavanu would ask for her help as well. Rite of passage rules very strict, but Gunavanu has plan. Rules forbid aid from other members of tribe, but say nothing of Netherlings. Help my brother and quell impending storm of derision our family faces. Brother's name is Gunuvanu, and he roosts. Gunavanu knows not where. Brother's temperament changes faster than breeze in autumn. Ask other Vanu and seek him out, or Gunuvanu stays nestling forever.
So we're like delivery 1 order ready for science experiments. That reminds me of a really really long ago we had a joke about that. We were flying in Modona using the Magitech Deathclaw randomly. And as we flew by, we passed another player using the exact same mount. And I then asked, how do the Magitech Deathclaws greet each other? as they pass. You know, like if you like pass someone else on a horse or something, you like give a high five or like a wave or something. But the Magitech Deathclaws are basically hands themselves. Do they like drop their passenger and like wave? Or what do they do? And the funniest one, I can't remember who it was that said it. Can't remember the name. But they said they throw their they throw their passengers at each other and trade passengers. Which then, of course, leads to the follow-up question of how do you know whether you throw like a lob it or like throw an underhand? Because if they throw the same way, then the passengers are just gonna slam into each other in the air, right? Like how do you decide who does the like underhand throw? That was so funny. It was like back when we were finishing A Realm Reborn, ages ago. And hey, me who else? I hope you're doing well. And hey, Vicels. I hope you're also doing well. You know, Kasadi, I don't know if it is PTSD. I think it is an interesting result of raids, like content with voice lines, is that they stick with you way better. Like, anyone who played World of Warcraft in Wrath of the Lich King or beyond is almost 100% certain to know who Jaraxxus is. Just because the first thing, like one of the first things he says is literally, "You face Jaraxxus!" And it's so memorable that, like, it sticks with you. It's also like the joke that we sometimes have on the Discord about despair. Like, it's a random dungeon boss in World of Warcraft from Wrath of the Lich King. Years and years and years ago. But the quote is so memorable that it sticks with you. People remember, despair, so delicious. So, like, it's not necessarily a bad thing that they stick with you. Exactly, Slobby. And Gazel says, Blue Mage stream? Well, it has a little bit become Blue Mage stream because everyone decided to be Blue Mage around Small Guy. Netherling seeks out Gunuvanu. He is skilled at two things: finding shade for napping and running away when Chief gives work. Newborn hatchling works harder than him. Also, I have a quest for you. Ganu Valley cannot escape unending thunderstorm of buzzing bugs and desires sleep more than rain during summer drought. Ganu Valley has idea to soothe bugs droning, but delirious from exhaustion. Netherling goes in Ganu Valley's stead. To east lies Gurgle Grass, which devours bugs as Vanu hatchlings feast on Vamurakamba meat. Netherling brings Ganu Valley 3, and Storm and Ears recedes to dull drizzle. I believe the Vamurakambas are those that teach you the dispel, the enemy buff removal spell, or is it the exuviation that they teach the AoE Isuna? Flames take you! Eyes bind you! Yeah, exactly. But it's like, the thing is that having voice lines for attacks makes it easier to remember, and using them in a creative way also helps with that. Wait. Oh, there. It isn't over. Is that also the first part of P9? Vizel says Smolka is followed by all her elementary school staff, I guess. She's just being herded around by her teachers. That would be a funny way to put it.
Netherling finds Gunuvanu easily. Look under every tree in village. Gunuvanu follows shade as sunset follows sunrise. Say to Gunuvanu, wake up, and Netherling come to know true meaning of panic. Gunuvanu where? Gunuvanu never where he should be. While other Vanu work, Gunuvanu soars like Griffin in his dreams. Konuvanu does not see him since sunrise.
Okay, great. So no one knows where he is. But now we know that he's there somehow. Is P9S exclusive to the first time Chimera comes out? Oh. It did seem like a thing that it would say so clearly that that it's like it felt like I could hear it in my head. Is the one that uses ice and fire called Chimera? I didn't know they had names. I mean, aside from the one that is basically Behemoth. Oh, it combines the voice of Mage and Martialist. I see.
Unuvanu rests eyes, thinks of great offering to Elder Shaman. So much work, so sleepy, shade not big enough for such great nestling.
Unuvanu needs a good talking to.
Wake up! Ah! Gunuvanu awake. Yes. Gunuvanu works hard. A Netherling. No wings, fleshy beak. Not Vanu, certainly. Netherling should not sneak up on Vanu that slumbers. Claws cut sharper than fierce gale.
Fire 4 also cuts sharper than fierce gale.
What? Gunuvanu's brother sends Netherling to help with rite of passage. Gunuvanu passes right and is no longer a nestling? Heaven shine on Gunuvanu this day. Warrior failing 8 times weighs heavy on heart. But now, with Netherling's help, Gunuvanu casts off weight and soars higher than any in Oxundu imagines.
Yes, we will help you with that. Totally. Mage, Martialist, Chimera, and Beast. I suppose Chimera then is a Savage exclusive? The long and the short of it for me is that I have not been in P9S Savage myself. So all I know about it is like I watched a little bit of it. But it's been a while. Chimera combines the mechanics of Mage and Martialist, and its unique mechanics are... Oh yeah, that is where the limit cut is. I see. The legendary, the loved limit cut. Am I right?
Gunuvanu smash!
Oh. Hey Coco, are you doing well? What in the magic school bus is this? This is 2 black mages and 4 blue mages in a school bus. We're just kinda running around and unlocking flying. We could also do some roulettes. Eventually. I think this is the last bit before we have flying everywhere in Heavensward, so that means that next step would be going to Stormblood and starting to unlock flying there, and then, I mean, it would be nice to have Black Mage a little bit kept up in level with that. There's also the completely alternative option of unlocking a different job. I don't know. Just checking. What is a body check? Like, I'm sure that once you explain what it is, I'll know what it refers to, but I don't know what what it is referring to by name. It's a magic school. Ah. And she also got a robe, you see. She's really ready to start learning magic. A body check is a mechanic that if everyone isn't alive, you wipe, regardless of if the rest of you do it correctly. Oh, so it's like something like... I'm based on that description, it could be a bunch of things. It could be a like a stack mechanic where you're bound to die if you don't have 8 people. It can also be a mechanic where you have to soak 8 things, and if you're only 7, you can't. And yeah, we have not done it, but we have practiced Voidcast Dice Extreme. I suppose double meteors is a body check. So like anything that requires 8 players to be alive, or you die. Yeah, that is pretty good. That makes sense. The reason why, like, the thing with a lot of rating terminology is that sometimes the names can be so specific that you couldn't possibly guess what it means. Like, for example, limit cut. Anyone who has not savage raided before, would you like to give an attempt at describing what you think limit cut is? If you have not savage raided, see if you can guess what limit cut is. Sleepless nights makes Ganuvali's mind melts from a fog. Does Netherling bring plants Ganuvali seeks? One of many carnivorous plants found growing on the sea of clouds floating islets. Fortunately for you, this one seems content with dining on Vilekin. Netherling brings rest at last. Ganuvali's troubles become sustenance. Sustenance for gurglegrass, and big wheel of nature turns without hindrance. Hoshi says, I always thought limit cut was like a limit break 3, but from the boss itself and not from us the player. Yeah, it's not that. I'm honestly not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure because when you try to look up what limit cut is, what you will typically find is a specific boss and their limit cut with its specific nuances included. So you would have to like read 3 or 4 or 5 different limit cut type mechanics, and then like figure out based on that what part of it is actually what defines it as a limit cut. A limit cut mechanic is any mechanic that has numbers. So for example, limit cut is in O12S. So O12S is the one with Omega M and Omega F, not to be confused with the F that you write in the chat. Just an Omega F. They have this mechanic where they put a 1, 2, 3, and a 4 on everyone, and then they dash between them. Technically, there's numbers on everyone, which means that is a limit cut. Is that correct? There's a D&D alignment chart meme of what counts as a limit cut. Do you have that, Matthew? Like on hand? If you do, we could take a look at it if you can post it in Discord. Yeah, like, oh, there's Coco. But yeah, sometimes, the name of a mechanic can be so obscure that it is really, really difficult to figure out what it even is. Delano says, I've noticed people gradually stopped using Dynamo and Chariot. What are those? Like, I'm guessing they also refer to specific mechanics. Like, one that I think is really funny is Earthshaker. You may even hear me refer to mechanics as Earthshaker. Like, I use the name Earthshaker about as commonly as I would refer, like, I refer to a mechanic as Earthshaker as commonly as I would refer to something and say, that's a stack marker, that's a spread marker, that's an Earthshaker. And the Earthshaker mechanic is basically a spread marker, but it specifically resolves as a cone AoE from the boss in your direction. Typically a cone, sometimes a different shape, but typically a cone. And usually there's multiple of them. Which means, technically, that the cone AoEs in the Hades intermission, where the tanks are soaking meteors and everyone else are getting hit with cone attacks, those could be defined as Earthshakers. And if I remember correctly, the reason why it is called Earthshaker is because one of the first times such a mechanic occurred, it was like literally named Earthshaker, like the boss cast the spell and the spell was called Earthshaker. And often this kind of spell does not have a name. Like, you just get the marker and the boss never cast anything, so you don't get a name. And because it didn't get a name, you just go, oh, that's Earthshaker. It originated from the nail fight. Right, let's take a look at it. Let me just zoom in a little bit. With the limit cut alignment chart. So we have the function purists, the function neutral, and the function rebels, the form purists, the form neutral, and the form rebels. So the form purists and the function purists. So let's start with this. Function purist. Limit cut is a mechanic that must be resolved sequentially, in which half the party is responsible for a different part of the mechanic. Limit cut is indicated by dots above the character's head. Which means that limit cut from A11 is a limit cut. And if that is the original limit cut, then that makes sense. Limit cut is indicated by some other numerical means, which would mean that a Worm's Lament from E8 is a limit cut. That of course means that as long as this part is satisfied, but this doesn't have to be numbers. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be numbers over your head. And then there's limit cut can be indicated by anything. Then tethers during the add phase in E8 is a limit cut. Oh, because half of the party is doing one thing and the other half is doing another thing. Isn't the add phase in E8 where your team is split up? So technically half the party is doing one thing and the other half is doing another thing? Like, by technicality, you automatically satisfy this requirement, and then if the limit cut can be anything, then these tethers count. But if we instead slack on the way it is resolved, it becomes limit cut is any mechanic in which party members are targeted sequentially, but it is indicated by dots. Which means Flood Ray from Diamond Weapon is limit cut. Oh yeah. Could say that. And if it's neutral, Fire's domain from the Grand Cosmos is a limit cut. Oh, because it doesn't have to be dots. Then it's swords. That... I mean, I would have said that, like, that one could go in this box if you wanted to. Like, it's like, whether it's dots or swords, it's like still like not enumerated. And if it could be anything, Grand Octet from UCOP is a limit cut. Ah. And then we have limit cut is any mechanic that penalizes party members for not moving to the right place at the right time. But it's indicated by dots. Dive from Grace from Dragon Song's Reprieve, right, is a limit cut. And subtract from the Readerana Lighthouse is a... Nah. Like, some of these mechanics, I'm not super entirely sure on what that mechanic is. Like, maybe I haven't done the fight, or maybe, like, I haven't done it synced, so I haven't had to acquaint myself enough with the mechanic to be able to judge it. But I'm pretty confident that under no circumstances does subtract from the Readerana Lighthouse apply as a limit cut, even though it sounds kind of funny. And Form Rebel, Function Rebel, Art of Darkness 2 from Tiles PvP. No, I mean E9 is a limit cut. So, that is actually a pretty funny one in its own right, that I just want to explain for those that don't know. So, E9 has this mechanic where where for a part of the fight in E9 normal, I believe it's majority of the fight in the Savage version, the arena is split up into like squares, and if you stand on the same square for too long, it will get angry at you, and if you stay on it more, then the tile just disappears, and then you fall to your death. And it progresses faster, I believe, if people stand on it together. On Savage, it still does that, but if someone else steps on your tile, it pretty much just disappears immediately. Which means that if two players, like... So, and also in Savage, if I remember correctly, there's like exactly enough tiles that everyone has a tile, and then there's like a few extra tiles that you can use, like step off your tile and back to your tile to like refresh your tile. But that means that if two players decide to refresh their tile simultaneously, you both die. And then there's also the part where one person could just go, I'm just going to run across the entire arena, and then everyone dies. Exactly, Kazali, there's only 12 tiles in Savage, which means that, like, you're 8 players, so there's 4 extra tiles. That is really funny. I'm a little sad that the O12S wasn't even on the list. Chaser, I'm guessing you mean Cruise Chaser, Shade. Let's see... Living Strike. So let's see, Gilano says, for some time people used to say Chariot for point blank AoE and Dynamo for Donut. Why? Why? I can see how that would come about. Because Chariot is faster to say than point blank AoE. Because it was in the nail fight, right? I'm guessing that a lot of terminology that originates from the nail fight because it was like perhaps one of the first, if not the first, A Realm Reborn, I'm guessing A Realm Reborn fight. Where you where people actually got stuck and really had to like master it. to actually progress. So like a lot of terminology like endured from that. Like because like I feel like that's what usually happens. Like the hardest fights are the ones that will result in people really easily remembering them, right? So Shade asks, what does Blue Mage count for Astrologian? Which is an interesting question, because Blue Mage is already weird. The correct answer is, of course, it's a mage. And it's just because it's there. Like, that's the only reason. Kitsuneko, the reason is that these owl people have a slightly different religion than the other owl people. Like, they all believe in the same god, but they believe that the god is different, like, acts differently. And these people are just, like, more welcoming to outsiders. So that is the reason. So, like, at a very, 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 very low spoiler level. It's, yeah, this is the tribe quests. That's true, the tribes are here. Fun starts when you have to avoid a half room cleave in E9S. Right, so we finished this. So just to clarify on this Astrologian thing, the way that the card plays work is that the damage boost is not related to what kind of actions you use. It's related to, are you in this column or this column? It's really, really, really basic. It's actually really, really boring when you think about it. But it's basically, are you in this column? Then you are a melee. Are you in this column? Then you're a ranged. And that's the only consideration you have to make when you're playing an Astrologian card. I don't know if it was a joke, the question, but just to be absolutely sure that I don't miss it, if it was a genuine question, I'll take it seriously. But yeah, it's the card says that it will boost double if it is on the appropriate roll. And the appropriate roll is basically this column or this column. The complicated part for Astrologian actually revolves around who can make the most of the card when you actually play it. Which is where you get like insane jank, like let me just find the list. Like oh, if your first card in your opener is a melee card and you don't have a ninja but you do have a Dark Knight, then you should play the card on the Dark Knight. But if it is the second card, then you don't play it on the Dark Knight. Oh, that's a good one too, Hoshi. The mitigation alignment chart. That is actually a really funny one. I'll do this, I'll look over this, and then we will get on to doing something else in game. Mitigation is purist, is reduces damage taken directly. So there's mitigation and there's method. So the method is indicated by how it is applied, and mitigation is how it does the application. So, for example, it has to be done by an action, and it has to do it directly. Then Rampart is a defensive cooldown, like is mitigation. If it doesn't have to be used by an action, then technically armor is mitigation, which is true. Better armor is mitigation, and fun fact, that was a relevant subject with blue mages at some point. It was researched and resolved, but it was a question. And then there's reduces damage by any means. Fighting enemies unsynced is technically mitigation. Yeah, that one doesn't really work, does it? Just take less damage by fighting enemies unsynced. Actually, that doesn't even work, because if you're level 1 and you do something unsynced, then you're still level 1. And then we have if damage reduction, like if it reduces damage taken indirectly, is then the second step. And low blow is absolutely considered mitigation. It just doesn't always work. And then turning off your tank stance as mitigation isn't really true. What is the name of your character, Kitsuneko? I can't remember. Like, you turning off your tank stance doesn't actually reduce the damage you take, because you might still have aggro. So that actually doesn't reduce the damage you take. So I'm saying that one is wrong. Playing healer DPS is mitigation. You will be taking less damage, but it doesn't actually mitigate damage. It doesn't actually reduce the damage you take. Like, this does reduce damage you take, assuming that unsynced means that you're a higher level. This doesn't reduce the damage you take until you lose aggro, which requires more than just turning off your tank stance. This doesn't reduce the damage you take. It just reduces the amount of opportunities to take damage. But it isn't mitigation, even by that standard, or that standard, in my opinion. And then we have prevents enemies from hitting you, but it has to be a skill. Sprint is mitigation. If you take a look at my recent solo stream, you will see that the times where I take the least amount of damage is typically when I'm actively sprinting, because I'm actually outrunning enemies. Dying is mitigation, and locking out is mitigation. Like, funny how these four are like so far removed from the subject that they don't really work, and they're just jokes, right? But armor is mitigation is actually a good question. At some point, I've apparently become a bush. So the reason why it came up is because at level 70, blue mages at max level, so level 70, the best the best gear for blue mages is considered the elemental armor, because you can put 5 materia in it. And that was better. That was better than the slightly more intelligence and armor and vitality you would get from wearing item level 400 gear, as opposed to item level 390 gear. Like, the actual item level difference came into question. And the reason why that came into question is because tanks and healers benefited way more from having a lot of spell speed than DPS blue mages did. But the most effective way to get more spell speed was if you had, 5 materia slots on all of your gear pieces. Makes sense, right? So therefore, elemental gear was like, it was excellent on DPS, but because you could have more spell speed if you had it, it was even better for tanks and healers. But specifically for tanks, the question that then came into mind was, but you have less armor and less vitality, are you sure that is a good idea? Turns out that, yeah, it is. Apparently, the armor difference was insignificant, and the vitality difference was irrelevant. Because the more spell speed you had meant you could use things like Blood Drain more, and being able to use Blood Drain more meant you had more MP, which meant you could use Diamond Bag more, and Diamond Bag reduces all damage taken by 90%, so if you ever needed more damage reduction, having more spell speed was better. So that was an interesting thing that came up. I have mentioned that I had done some research and discovered that primary attributes, they actually increase your damage output with breakpoints, just like secondary stats, which Savage Raiders typically know about. But primary stats do that too. Each point does not actually increase your damage. It is every few points. And I discovered that with Blue Mage testing. And sometimes you don't actually get extra damage output unless you have like 3 or 4 more points in a stat. Usually, like, basically the breakpoints are so small that you usually won't notice, but when there is a breakpoint to be reached, what you will see is that, like, optimizers will be like, oh, if you're playing Gunbreaker and you want to have the best set, you have to be this race. And yeah, that has happened. So that's fun. Wait, are we a full party? We are. Matthew says, at 90 it's every other for most jobs and every 2.5 for tanks. Ah, well, there we go. But the thing that I noticed with Blue Mage was that it was literally like, let me actually see if I can find the information. It's not pretty, so I'll just explain it. But it varied. Sometimes it increased after 4 points, sometimes it increased after 1 point, and sometimes it increased every point for like 7 points in a row. And for the most part, it increased every point and sometimes every second point. And now the key thing is that the reason why Blue Mage is really good at testing this is because Blue Mage does not have weapon damage on their weapon, but they scale better with intelligence to compensate. But yeah, it's not to say that you can't, like, the reason why you always prioritize item level in Endwalker, right, is exactly because the primary attributes. The only reason why elemental armor is a problem, or is a specific outlier, is because it is like the one time where you could sacrifice only 10 item levels and then gain 3 materia slots in each gear piece. This is usually not a thing. Gazel says, is there a reason why Blue Mage weapon does no damage? Well, the Blue Mage weapon itself does do damage if you smack with it, but the Blue Mage weapon always has just 1 point of magic damage on it. I believe the reasoning is that by making the weapon itself kind of irrelevant, it means that progression, like the design of Blue Mage, you only need to get armor as you level up, right? Just armor and accessories, and for the most part, you just need the armor and accessories. The only benefit you have of getting a better blue mage weapon is the materia it can hold. Because the starter weapon does not have any materia slots. There's a level 50 weapon, I believe, with 2 materia slots, and level 60 and a level 71, something like that. And it having materia slots means that it has stats on it, but it's still just 1 magic damage point. I'm pretty sure it's simply because if they did, so it's not a big deal once you reach level 50, because then you just could get the level 50 weapon, right? But if Blue Mage needed a weapon for damage scaling, then as you leveled your Blue Mage, if you did it naturally, you would need to replace your weapon as you leveled up through 1 to 50. And that would mean that they would have to, you know, design a whole bunch of extra scepters for Blue Mages just for that. Which I suppose was a little unnecessary? I don't know. I think that is the reason. I have become surrounded by snowmen. Hey Ernest! I'm glad you found it useful. Thank you so much, and welcome to Eosia. Right, so I was asking if everyone has a trial roulette available. Right, so we could do trial roulette. Can people switch to jobs that can queue for trial roulette? You need to be level 50 at least. I think that works. Kind of. I'm just doing an extra ready check to be sure. Did you just finish? So Ernest, did you finish A Realm Reborn? As in, did you reach the post game of A Realm Reborn? Or are you starting on Heaven's Wall? In post Realm Reborn. Okay. And I say this quite often when people reach the post game of A Realm Reborn. It can get a little boring. So don't tire yourself out if it gets too boring. Like there is so much other content in the game, so if it gets too much, just consider trying something else instead of burning out on the game, pushing yourself through it. If you're having fun with it, on the other hand, then have fun with it, right? But just remember that there's so much other content in the game, so you don't have to force yourself through the MSQ forever if it gets a bit much. You want to try other classes too? Yeah, that makes sense. That is also a good opportunity to do that. Yeah, Geisel says it was probably sort of fun when those first came out, but doing them all at once. Yeah, I think that is the common problem with the post-game of each expansion, is that once it's no longer the new stuff, it gets really... like, it becomes a bit much to do all at once. I can see that. They have slimmed it out a little bit. There are some quests that they deemed were unneeded that have been removed. But still, it's not the most inspiring quest line after you've just gone through the story of A Realm Reborn, right? Wow. We did it! But it's the same with every expansion. If I remember correctly, one of the quest lines they removed from the post game of A Realm Reborn had something to do with like tea leaves that never really amounted to anything. Like the key problems with the post game is that of the expansions is that each level bracket is that it can feel a lot like there's like a little bit of a filler episode over it sometimes. And if it feels like you're playing a filler episode, that kind of sucks. Even if it's new, it might not be the best. But you can't satisfy everyone. Just to compare the newest stuff, like in patch 6.4 and also 6.3, I have heard a lot of players complain and say they didn't like it because they didn't find it interesting, especially not after the story we've been playing for, you know, a decade. Understandable, but a lot of players didn't enjoy A Realm Reborn either. Like they needed to build the groundwork for the story. And if they've just like spent everything that was left, thrown it all at the wall, then they need to build up new villains, right? They need to build up new villains and new heroes. And that is also true, Ernest. Gilano says you can start unlocking the Crystal Tower raid. They briefly like allude to it, that there's this guy in Modona that you could talk to. And he will put you through this Crystal Tower raid series. If you don't do it, you will, near the end of the post-game of A Realm Reborn, the game will just say, oh, you can't take this quest if you don't do the entirety of the Crystal Tower. We did that on stream, like 9 months ago, maybe 10 even. So yeah, Coco, that is true. We reached 7,000 subscribers today. We could also do Alliance raid if everyone has that and wants to do that. But that will of course be, it will be Crystal Tower. It's all Coco's alt accounts. Ah, yes. Coco just day in, day out, just making a new account and subscribing. That's weird. It looks like Smol Caetsu is taller, but I'm pretty sure it's just a hair thing. Zip says my height is the lowest possible. Same. World of Darkness. Oh. That was a tank that was not having it. Indeed, Gazel. Crystal Tower roulette. I think we're a few that could only get Crystal Tower. I've heard of this happen. This is the first time I'm actually seeing it. That people are literally leaving because they got Crystal Tower. I get it. I get it. Like, I've been talking about that on stream before, is that it's like... the Crystal Tower rates are not bad. It's not that bad. It's more that, like, if you get, like, if you have cake, like, I don't know, like a chocolate cake or something, every now and then, that's great. If you get it every week, that's maybe a little bit, that's maybe pushing it for some people. What if you got what if you got chocolate cake every day? Like, actually every single day? Then I think a lot of people would be like, no thanks. Can I have anything else other than chocolate cake? There's also a small possibility of wiping in World of Darkness. Really? Like, you're right, but is it that often that happens? That it is like a genuine concern? I am become Lightning Mage. You get a Thunder 3 and you get a Thunder 3. I'm not entirely sure how effective this is, but when everything's spread all over the place, it's not a bad strategy, I think. And you get a Thunder 3. And exactly, Hazian. A, all goes into the belly. B, belly, remember it. C, can you get into the belly? Oh, perfect. This was what I moved for. I wanted to get the front side of this mechanic, specifically. Castle says, which alliance goes into belly over an EU? Normally, you say A adds, B belly, C chains, and chains is also the tank that is supposed to tank the boss. The reality is that no one does adds, 2 random players will do chains, and no one goes belly unless you explicitly say that everyone has to do it. Because some people don't go into the belly because they don't want to, and some people don't go into the belly because they don't know how to. So that's why we have this joke that is A, B, C all in belly, is because if you don't say everyone into the belly, then there's like 3 players in Alliance B that will actually go in. because those are the only ones in the alliance that knows how to. Like, it is really, really funny how people view something like World of Darkness as completely trivial. Meanwhile, the reason why there is a legitimate danger of wiping is because people aren't taking it seriously in the first place. It is really funny that it is like that. But how about the Japanese data center castle? Do people consistently do the boss right in World of Darkness over there? Digestion stacks. Yeah. In my experience, the thing is that 3 or 4 players can do the belly if they do it just right. Like, if they actually do what they need to do and sort of like just... If they have a tank that can just grab the ads and just ignore them and you just focus on the on like dealing with the mechanic itself, then you can do it. But it becomes extremely strict on timing because you actually need the belly thing to get resolved at a certain point. Gasel says, B is the main tank, A goes belly, and C does the ads. I'm guessing it's because B is always the main tank. Like it's like something that everyone has agreed upon. That is an interesting Dotton. That is an interesting Dotton. What's happening? Dotton on single target. Woohoo! Wait, what did we use limit break on? Normally I think like you use a ranged limit break on the gates, but it seems to be gone. Did we use it on the boss itself? Huh. I didn't even notice. Yeah, I agree, Kosari. It's nice that the bosses have mechanics. The sad part is that a lot of players go, it's in the Crystal Tower series, and so they don't take it seriously at all. Regardless of whether it has legitimate mechanics or not, doesn't matter. It's Crystal Tower, so it's irrelevant. But it is pretty interesting how regions have like specific agreements. In EU at least, there isn't really a system as to who is the main tank, which generally leads to this situation where the start of an alliance raid, most alliance raid bosses will be either a like a power struggle between the tanks, where they test each other to see who has like the strongest damage, who's most capable of holding aggro, and that will be the tank that gets to tank the boss, because they can actually hold the attention of the boss, and then the other tanks usually will just let them tank. sometimes there are tanks that just refuse to surrender and will basically spend the entire fight using taunt on cooldown and things like that to try and wrestle control anyway. But there's no system to who is the main tank. No system at all. I think the only system that most Europeans can agree on is that there's this this thing that that A takes the left and C takes the right and B takes the middle. But even that is something that we can't always agree on. Like even that is something that doesn't work always. Like sometimes there are people that will mark it as A left, B right, C middle. And the reason why they do that is because they draw it like a triangle and then they, you know, they go clockwise around. And that's the reason. And that often causes a huge amount of confusion because the other option is more common. Oh boy. Did it lag for you as well, Gelano? I tried to grab it from you. It wouldn't let me. Sheila says B is main tank in Oceanic because people play from the exactly. A lot of them probably came from Japan. So they would of course employ many of the same strategies. And Angel says I sometimes just provoke back out of spite. Yeah, like the thing is, if you are the tank in the lead and you got in the lead legitimately by just doing the most enmity, then your provoke is available to just like give the aggressive one spamming provoke a big ol' denied, and that is fair in my opinion. Like that is reasonable to do that. By the way, here's a tip: if you jump off the platform when you get the target on yourself for this mechanic, if you jump off the platform and wait for the mechanic to resolve, then the Howling Atomos will just kind of stand there and not know what to do about it, and then will not suck anyone in. It's pretty neat. Oh, that was a lot. Nice. Castle says, if so, wouldn't there be a situation that all of them turn off the tank stance at the same time? No. Somehow, there are two possible scenarios, and they both happen. No tank puts on the tank stance in the first place because they just don't feel like tanking, and then someone pulls, and no tank steps up to the plate. So you just like scramble to survive on the first pull in the raid. The second option is if the main tank, whoever becomes the designated main tank, dies, then it's not uncommon for like 1, 2, or 3 players to die before another tank goes, "Oh right, tank stance, of course." Like it's pretty chaotic. But yeah, the hard counter to tanks that abuse provoke to try and force themselves to be the main tank is simply to hold your provoke and use yours like a second after they use theirs. If you do it consistently, then they can do nothing because their provoke will be on cooldown whenever you use yours. So they cannot force their position to tank. And then that is of course also doubled with the fact that you can, you know, if you're already main tanking by virtue of doing the most damage and so the most enmity. I'm just going to enter belly as well. The everybody goes belly strat. Yeah, the easiest way, to deal with it as like if you're a tank in alliance raids, the easiest way to deal with it for me personally is typically to just see if there's another tank willing to do it, and then just let them do it, because that, as Kwasari put it, avoids a tanking war or aggro war. It just makes things easier. As you can see, we have a couple of players from B, a few players from C, and 4 players from B, which was the ones that were supposed to go in. Only half of the team that was supposed to go went. So you can see why the general strategy has become everyone goes belly, because even if you say go everyone, it doesn't work. Uh-oh, I don't want to be here. Ow. I don't want to be in front of the boss. The point blank, sudden cone-wide tank busters are not fun for a black mage. You know, Gassel, in World of Warcraft, it was pretty common to joke that the hardest difficulty of the current raid tier was the looking for raid variant, which was actually the easiest version, but it was jokingly referred to as the hardest one because the majority of the raid had no idea what they were doing, and actually clearing the raid was actually partly dependent on there being like a few raiders that knew what they were doing, especially if a boss fight had some sort of, you know, complicated mechanic. Could you imagine? Like, it wasn't that hard, it was just shockingly difficult sometimes if a raid tier had difficult mechanics that were difficult even on the easiest setting. Well, Kwasari, the thing is, the way that the provoke can sometimes end up being used in alliance raids is if the tank who happens to be tanking chooses to face the boss wrong or tank it wrong or something, then all you can do is either watch in horror as it happens as another tank, or attempt to correct it by provoking. Which is also a danger. Like, as Gassel put it, I didn't think that alliance raids could be such hardcore content. It's basically just chaos, but on a relatively manageable difficulty, right? We're here to kill chaos, and chaos is the raid itself. This is a very big arena for such small legs. I can only run so far if I'm casting. Huh, did that always have a telegraph marker? I feel like it didn't always have like a telegraph. I'm trying my best, but the mobs die too fast. Oh, it's there. Nice. Shirk on a melee to make things more complicated. Could you imagine if Shirk actually moved more than only 25% of your enmity? If you could actually make a tank switch to melee with just Shirk? Total chaos. Imagine if we had put markers down. Somehow we managed to split up pretty evenly. Sometimes there's one group that has like 3 players, and it becomes really, really tight. Whether you actually make it or not. Hey! Oh, the loot is over here. But if Shirk did like, if Shirk moved like 50% of a tank's enmity, 50%, then you could actually tank switch with just Shirk and nothing else. And you could tank switch to whoever you like. But the fact that it is only 25% is pretty good. Phil says, I've had runs where not a single person is in one of those arenas. Like, there's just an end and one of them being empty. I think I've seen that happen once, and I'm pretty sure that leads to a party, like a full raid wipe. I've actually also experienced, because there's this mechanic that actually, I believe it's for each cloud that reaches the cloud of darkness, like the storms in the mechanic leading up to it, like where she's sucking in the storms. For each of them that reaches her, she will actually spawn an ad in a mechanic that comes just before the small hexagonal arenas. But usually, if you do enough damage, you will skip that mechanic, so it doesn't even matter how many she has gobbled up, because she will not do it. But I have experienced not doing that and then wiping because no one expected ads. It's pretty funny with that. Oh, card. Nice. Right. I will be right back, and then I'll figure out what we do next. You. Alright, I'm back. Gazel says, I have saved markers for Labyrinth where only Alliance A can attack and BC goes to the sides, because every time at least one person from Alliance B would rush to the middle, even if you drag them back. Yeah. So in Labyrinth of the Ancients, it's of course, so there's the part where you have to split up your raid in 3. And you have to have 4 in each set to stand on the platform, while the other half is dealing with the boss, basically, or the ad. But right after that, there is a boss where it will give everyone in Alliance A that is close enough the ability to attack the boss. And then after a while, we'll give it to Alliance B, and then after a long while, we'll give it to Alliance C. Usually Alliance C will hardly get to see it. But what happens is if Alliance B finishes first, or second for that matter, in the fight leading up to that fight, Alliance B will be able to like stand all the way up at the staircase, which means they have a huge advantage in getting into the boss room first. And if there is, I don't know, like a ninja that teleports forwards and then sprints, they can reach the boss so fast that maybe no one from Alliance A actually gets the buff, and then you kind of just stand there and twiddle your thumbs until Alliance B can do something. And the worst part is that it's Alliance B that does it, like it's their fault. And usually, in my experience, it helps to remind people to let A go first. So that usually puts like at least some hesitation on Alliance B, so that they lose a little bit of their extra like advantage, so that at least some of Alliance A gets the buff, if not all of them. Yeah, I can see why you would do that, Gazel. Yeah, Alliance C is the kill the ads crew. We have built a little house of mounts. It's the house of mounts. Oh, Angel is here too. A Holmes party. A Dalmil. So, our options, we could, I could hop on over to Stormblood and unlock some flying there, or we could actively level Black Mage a little bit, or we could do something, I don't know. Let me just see. What could we do? I don't actually know what we could do. I think we will go and do some Stormblood flying ether currents and quests, and then we might do leveling roulette. It's just that we can't all be in the group for leveling roulette, so we will have to take that when we get there. Oh. Apparently I also have capped out on poetics, so I should buy some gear. Alright, Kasari, thank you for coming along. We don't have a level 70 Black Mage weapon, do we? I don't think we do. No. Well, then we are going to Rauga's Reach to get that. I wonder how many how many poetics we lost out on. I didn't have to go to Rauga's Reach. We could have gone to Kugane, but I think Rauga's Reach is closer to where we're going next. That is the wrong one. That is also the wrong one. I wanted a weapon. That this one. There we go. There and there, and let's see. So, of the zones, if I remember correctly, the fringes and the peaks have like a high level section. So if I wanted to do this with Black Mage, that won't really work. Not all of it, at least. Ruby C might be able to be done, I think. But some of the quests might be like level 63. Let's go there first. Which actually means that going to Kugane would have been efficient. Oh well. We're here now. And then I have to figure out where the quests are that we need. Well, it looks like many of them are 62, so that might be fine. We have 4 quests. Thank you for coming along, Kitsuneko. Ernest says, how do I use tomestones? One moment. So I have a video on what you can use tomestones or poetics on and where many of the vendors are. But the general idea is once you have completed, like reached the post game of A Realm Reborn, there should be like, for instance, this blue pouch, these Sundry Splendors will appear. There will also be one in over here in Gridania, and one over here in Uldar. And if you don't like those options, the actual vendors that have the proper items that you're supposed to be trading with are here in Modona. But the blue pouch vendors were added, like, I can't remember if it was like super late Shadowbringers or like sometime in Endwalker, but they basically sell all of the same things in a menu, and the menu is sorted so you don't miss that you could have bought something. I'm just so old school that I just intuitively go, oh, I buy the level 70 stuff in Rauga's Reach because that's how you do it. Like, I would probably intuitively also go to Modona if I needed something from A Realm Reborn. But yeah, if you can't if that's a little bit too hand-weavy, I have a video where I show off most of it. And typically the recommended stuff to use your poetics on is like weapons, then armor, and then accessories. But specifically in A Realm Reborn, it's very good to go weapon and then accessories, because your starting accessories that you have in A Realm Reborn are probably absolutely terrible. So it's going to be a huge upgrade. Wait a minute, did I miss that? Huh? Huh? Is that above us? What's going on here? Did I absentmindedly went, so I didn't even see if I missed them. On top. Okay. Hmm. What is our next spell? It was Thunder 4, right. I checked that earlier. But it is pretty funny. I don't think the game really tells you to... Is there like a pop-up that explains what poetics are for? When you unlock, when you get them for the first time? Or does the game just kinda... just let you figure it out? Well then. Oh, absolutely not, Phil. Most of the pop-ups in Final Fantasy XIV aren't really good because they appear at a inconvenient time. A really good example, in my opinion, is, let's say that you make a thaumaturge, like, as your first character. Like, you start the game as a thaumaturge. Your only spell on your bar is Blizzard 1. I don't believe a pop-up tells you what Umbral Ice does in that very instant that you make the character, because that makes no sense. When you reach level 2, which you will from the main quest while you are still in Ul'dah and have never seen an enemy in your life, you level up, get fire, and then an active help blurb pops up and goes, "This is how your job mechanic works." But you don't even know what fighting is. So, what do you do? Like, you don't really know what to do with that information. So most people will miss that. And Ernest says the active help came up during the final fight. Wow. Oh, you got some poetics. Oh, you're just coming up to Ultima Weapon? Don't worry about it. Read this. But yeah, most of the time the active help will pop up in the instant where you need it. But the problem is that at that moment you don't have time to read it. So it's completely pointless, right? You can't do anything with it because you don't have time to read it. And that is also something we've talked about previously, I think, both on streams and on Discord, is that a text tutorial isn't very helpful, especially not if it's served when you don't have time or interest in reading it. The best way to teach it is to somehow force the player to learn it. Like, with how quickly you learn your first few spells on most jobs, it might be helpful to have, like, as one of the first quests, like a combat tutorial where it's like, okay, Blizzard 1 makes you restore MP faster. Try doing it now. And then, you know, a little later, it's going to be like, oh yeah, fire makes your spells do more damage. Try doing it now. So on and so forth. So that you know that the player is actually aware of what they're being taught. The problem is that it might not help because players are capable of sometimes completing a tutorial without actually learning anything. Like, they just try randomly until it works. Tell me who else also completed the A Realm Reborn story. Nice, congratulations! With post game, so you have the 40 minutes of cutscenes. Oh yeah, that part. So you're coming to Ishgard soon, I take it. Wow. Not only that, Phil, Hall of the Novice could, like, it doesn't have to be job specific, it just needs a shine up. It's really outdated. Just in general. It is so far away, but I cannot give up just yet.
Oh, a visitor. My, your footsteps were so light I did not hear you approach. I could really use the assistance of one as nimble as yourself. Do you see that sword protruding from that large boulder up there? I must find a way to procure it that I might accomplish my dreams. Like all the others, I want so desperately to explore the surface in search of treasure. To do so, however, I must first prove to the village elders I am worthy of embarking upon such excursions by retrieving that sword. My comrades have given me advice on how I might reach it, but every time I get close, I lose my footing and end up tumbling into the waters below. Could you perhaps do me a favor by demonstrating how I might get there? Come, let us move up above. I shall observe your lithe movements from there.
I'm guessing that we're supposed to jump from up here. It looks like there is a ledge to jump on. It's pretty funny if you have a friend that can just fly you over there, isn't it? Oh, you could have taken the fountain. Oh, didn't realize. Thank you, Shade. Do you spy that large plateau jutting out of the cave walls over there? Can you begin by jumping over to it? You must demonstrate to the Kojin that this feat can be accomplished without the use of any outside help. Should you call upon a mount or fall into the water, you must start over from the beginning. Oh, fair enough. Oh, whoops. I slipped. And apparently I took 10,000 damage by smacking onto the water surface. I too can make it to the plateau, but it is from there that things become tricky. Every step must be taken with calculated precision or you risk, like me, plummeting into the waters below. Do you need to use sprint for that, I wonder? Ow. Ow. Ah, so that is how you must do it. I shall give it a try. So the thing is that Ninja has a passive trait that makes them run 10% faster than everyone else. But movement speed bonuses in Final Fantasy XIV don't stack. So if you use Sprint, a Ninja runs just as fast as a Black Mage. Fun fact. Peloton also does not stack with Sprint. Sprint will just overtake Peloton. I am beyond impressed. You're possessed of an incredible grace. I know. It is clear to me now. One must tense all the muscles in their legs, then push off from the rock to gain enough momentum to make it to the next one. You've restored my confidence. Thanks to you, I am one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. I mean, I am one step closer to fulfilling my dream of exploring what the world above has to offer. I'm going to guess that this quest, and this quest are the remaining ones that I need. So we will start with going there. Oh, Kitsuneko, the thing is that you cannot die from fall damage if you're not in combat. Did you really get some kind of skill from teaching the golem like person jump? No, we get an ether current. So Kitsuneko, you know how you can fly in in a Realm Reborn zones. I can't mount over water because I can't fly. So I need to get into the sea first and then under the sea before I can bring out the magic school boss again. Gazel, it actually said that if you mount up, it will not allow you to accomplish the quest. And also, it's not in the spirit to fly there. The only exception we've had is like in Dravanian hinterlands. We could literally see over the ravine, and the only way to get over to the other half of the zone was to go back into Idleshire and around. So we flew over that, and immediately I was back to being the mount person. No, Smol Kai does her own traveling. Wouldn't it be boring if I just got ferried everywhere? But Kitsuneko, the way that it works is that in a Realm Reborn, they added that you can now fly, and the way that was implemented is just that once you have like reached that point in the story, they just let you fly everywhere in a Realm Reborn zones. That didn't used to be the case. The way that you normally unlock flying is that you need to go around everywhere in a zone and find the ether currents, and normally there's quite a lot of them. But old content nowadays has very few of them. And then on top of that, you also have to do some quests for getting some ether currents. And basically what the Turtle Man, the Kojin guy, gave me was an ether current. And that's why we're doing his quest. Hey Kyle, I hope you're doing well.
You are a woman from above? I am Kurenai, sister to the Ruby Princess, the ruler of these seas. Your bearing bespeaks a strength and courage few possess. I've been waiting for one such as yourself to arrive. Though not many know it, the Ruby Princess's life currently hangs in the balance.
Whoa!
A few days ago, a man cloaked in black visited Shisui of the Violet Tides. He claimed he had come to bestow a blessing of holy protection upon the palace. The incantation he muttered instead drew forth a terrible spirit, which took possession of my sister's body. Not long after, similar wraiths of the void began to surge forth, overtaking the palace and stealing the souls of her nearby guards. Shiusai immediately evacuated everyone and has since barred people from entering or leaving the palace. Officially, the Ruby Princess is conducting a private ceremony. None but Shiusai and I know the truth. We've placed a seal over Shisui of the Violet Tides to prevent any of the wraiths within from escaping. However, it will not hold for much longer. Shiusai grows more convinced by the hour that we must destroy the dome and everyone within it, including my sister. I beseech you, woman of the land, lend unto me your might. Please, find a way to save her.
I can't make any promises. I'll see that she is kept from danger.
Thank you. Truly, I know not what I would have done had you said no. Now, please follow me. We must go speak with Shiusai. I must meet with him to ensure he does not act prematurely and do something we will all regret.
There's this, I can't remember if it is really recent, but there is this, by the way, we will need to reach level 63 with Smol Kai first. I think we will be doing daily leveling roulette when we have to do Shisui of the Violet Tides. Before that, but we also need to see how much levels we get. But there's this I don't remember if it's a recently new sketch, like a little like joke video, but there's this I think it's like called like it's Cloudy MacDoom or something like that. That has this that made this video where it's like the Warrior of Light is like dressed to look almost like a Mikote with like a Buster, like with Cloud's Buster Blade. He just walks up to a guy that looks vaguely dressed like Alphino, and he says like a few things, and then he's like, let's continue the conversation over there, and then he just like walks 20 feet down the street, and then like the quest blurb appears over his head. And then he follows him down there, and he's like talks a little bit more, like says like a few sentences, and then he's like, let's discuss this more over there. Then he just walks like down the street again. Kyle says, you know what's crazy? I was thinking about playing Astrologian, and boom, here comes Caetsu with a guide. It is actually incredible how often that happens to me. That I say, like, I put out a guide, and then there's a whole bunch of people that had actually pretty much just picked up the job. It's pretty funny. And you are? Lady Kurenai, what brings you here? And then she explained why she was brought here. What, my lady, you of all people must realize how incredibly dangerous it was of you to entrust another with our secrets, much less a newcomer whose intentions we know not of. I mean, I saved the world and stuff. What other choice did I have? When the seal breaks, we'll be forced to drown the palace and all souls within. Would you sooner have me sacrifice my sister and my people than turning to outside help? And you think that this woman has some hidden power capable of delivering Suino Sato from untold disaster? I realize it is not in your nature to ask for assistance, but like it or not, there's little else we can do. No outcome could be worse than losing the Ruby Princess. Even you must realize we only stand to gain by requesting this woman's aid. And then fish flew by. You have the right of it. Very well, I will give your friend until the next high tide to rescue the princess. If she fails, however, I will destroy the dome and atone for the deed with my life. Remember, my lady, should it come to this, you shall be the one to inherit the throne. Here, take this scroll. It will permit you to pass into Shisui of the Violet Tides. I presume you are aware of where it is located. Not to worry, I shall show her there. Thank you. The palace lies just beyond the turquoise trench. Before we leave, however, there's one last thing I must share with you. Over there. I was not entirely truthful in everything I've told you. It is nothing that affects our current predicament, but it is nevertheless a lie I meant to set straight once this is all over. Forgive me, if it was something I could tell you now, I would. Alright. Alright, Phil. Good luck. So what we're going to do is, I think we're going to pick up and do the other quests first. I'm pretty sure one of them is over there. Alright, Ernest, thank you for checking in, and I guess good night? Is it you? Excellent. 1 second. Whoops. There you go. And Shade says, can't we give Smol Kai a rare candy? That would be funny if that was actually an item in the game. Your clothes, your manner. You must be a woman of Eorzea. Yes. Do you know of the East Aldenar Trading Company then? I hear they're a fairly prosperous vendor where you are from. Sure. Your acquaintances with the Kugane branch officer owner? Oh, the chief's been searching high and low for a well-connected woman such as yourself. Oh, but before we get into that, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hansaku, and you would be? Savior of the world? Extraordinaire? Kaitsu. That should be easy enough to remember. Now, Kaitsu, do me a favor and meet with the chief, would you? Ever since those darn Garleans strengthened their grip on Hingashi, our contacts in Kugane have quit trading with us. He could really use your help in establishing a new business partner. Please, I wouldn't ask if I wasn't desperate, you see. You see, I only just joined the Confederacy. Life has been hard, really hard, for me lately, and if things were to fall apart here, I'd have nowhere to go. The west of this place is a tiny lodge. The chief should be there. Unfortunately, I cannot leave my post to show you there, but I trust you'll find it easily enough. I'm counting on you, Kaitsu. Can you help me? Yes. Excellent. Find my boss. We have a little caravan. Boris Calgon. Is that your chief, mate?
Gentlemen, since you refuse to pay the ruby tithe with coin, you shall instead be paying with your blood. I believe an arm each will suffice.
Wait! We're with the East Aldenar Trading Company. I suggest you think twice about this. When word of this gets back, you will be the ones to pay.
Oh, you should have said so sooner. Suzume, see that our distinguished guests are escorted to our best room. In the dungeons. I shall go and sharpen my knives.
You heard the man.
Get up and start walking. I trust you stuck around this long because there was something you wished to discuss with me. Make it quick. As you can see, I'm a very busy man. And a very angry man. So at last we're joined by someone actually associated with the East Aldenar Trading Company. Excellent.
The Kami have thrown us a lifeline, sir. That said, what was the fool thinking? Hansaku should have had the courtesy to accompany our honored guest here. Please allow me to apologize on his behalf, mistress.
Ah, it seems the ill manners of our subordinate have begun to rub off on us. We have not yet introduced ourselves. I am Tsuki Kage, and this is my right hand, Suzume. Well, it seems Hansaku has touched upon the gist of our troubles. Please allow me to fill you in on the details. As you know, all boats seeking safe passage through the Ruby Sea must pay our levy, the Ruby Tithe. Give us more than we ask, and we might even provide you with men to guide your ship through especially difficult waters. For as far back as anyone can remember, this system has been in place, enduring even after Doma was occupied by the Imperials.
While the Empire has always shown little interest in our activities, with Yotsu's rise to power, that has changed. The Royal Viceroy has banned the merchants of Kugane from bartering with us or paying our tolls. With those Bakufu dogs backing her, everyone is far too terrified to disobey. Many outside the port city are also looking to use the current state of affairs to avoid paying their dues, like the two we just took into custody. While we have confiscated their goods, without our contact in Kugane to purchase them, they are of little value to us. Thus, we look to Othard. If we were able to establish a trade agreement with their biggest vendor, our worries would be over. It is, however, something we cannot accomplish alone. I would look to you for help. Now, I'm quite certain the men on the ship we seized are lying about their affiliation. Suzume, show her. This flag and the items we found aboard the vessel do not appear to belong to the East Aldenar Trading Company. We must, however, be certain. We cannot risk raising the eye of a potential trading partner by attempting to sell them their own goods. Please, take the flag and Suzume's inventory list to one of your contacts at their Kugane branch and inquire as to whether any of it is from one of their ships. So that is in Kugane, right? Yes. In that case, we will aim to grab the quest over here. Well, it means we have to go into the sea again, so I'll get into the sea first and then mount up. The big chocobo. That is always fun to see. How far do I have to swim to be able to? It's a laser boat. Oh, fish! Yeah, I'm sort of just trying to be a little bit. Oh, there's also one down there. That could also be the one, right? Couldn't it? We have two in our inventory of quests, so it could just as well be that one as that one. I wish you could be mounted, just sailing on. Did I just drop you all off undersea, or did you come up with me? That is not it. Heaven Sent. I'm pretty sure that is the Heaven on High one, right? It's certainly not the one I want. It's not the one that I want. So here's a funny thing. I think it was Orion that mentioned it, that it was kind of annoying. There's this there's the little like emote thing in the live chat, like right in the bottom right of it, that you can click on and then it like pops up with like a little emote like that. And it kind of blocks off a single word in the newest comment. Apparently it has started appearing in the studio version of the live chat as well. Because I can see it now. Oh, that is Heaven on High. And it's not that one, I'm pretty sure. That is the Four Lords, isn't it? Which means that it is that one that we need to do. I think. Oh boy. I think we go to that on the way. Into the sea. Now we have a little longer of a trip. Because we're going all the way to Shisui. What happened to Coco, by the way? She's an Ilmeg. Hmm. Narco says, well, Angel says, do you remember the shortcut with Boat Skipper? I'm guessing that you mean that you can reach over here quickly by going directly from Kugane. Because that is probably more efficient than sailing all the way over there. Oh, I didn't know that. Does that send you down there? Oh, nice. Well, let's do that after we've gone here then. I've never needed that shortcut. Kyle asks, what do you guys think is the best expansion? That is a really hard question. Like as a whole, or do you mean like the story or something specific? Because for me it depends on, as a whole. As a whole, then I feel like Shadowbringers might be close. Like, might actually be really, really, really likely that that is the one for me. Because there's a lot of, like, mechanical things that I liked a bit more in Shadowbringers than in Endwalker. But if it was just the story, then I would probably just say Endwalker.
These are the gates to the palace. Inside are the Ruby Princess and her guards. Thank you, Caetsu. Though he might not show it, Shiozai is secretly very grateful to you too. The thought of having to kill the Ruby Princess, however indirectly, has been tormenting him. Now, there is not much time left. Let us make our way in. You have the scroll of entry, correct? Remember, you will be unable to pass through the gates without it. Shisui of the Violet Tides. Oh, apparently I do. Oh wait, I don't. But we don't have high enough Black Mage. Indeed. So, a little later. Hey G-Ray Smooth, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Right. To get to there, then we had to teleport here and then... and then take the ship. Apparently. I need your boat. I'm bound for Sakazuki. For a few coins, you can come too. Interested? Yes. Here we are. That was very nice. I didn't actually know this skip. But thank you so much, Smooth. And yeah, Kyle, basically all Viera, at least in Shadowbringers, appear to be voiced with an Icelandic accent. And Coco is Icelandic, so she would know. Like if anyone in the chat would know, it would be Coco, and that is Gunsmoke's. There it is.
You. Yes, you. Do you know of the Ruby Price? The fortress in middle of the Ruby Sea from which the Bakufu soldiers survey the surrounding waters? The other day, we found one of their men stowed away on a ship we confiscated. With a bit of coaxing, he eventually confessed to doing some underhanded trading with the Red Kojin on behalf of his superior. Seems he thought he could avoid paying the Ruby tithe by hiding aboard someone else's ship, but no one gets away with crossing our waters free of charge. As such, I'm looking to track down this superior of his and have him compensate us. If I try to sail to the Ruby Price and look for him myself, however, I'll be blasted to smithereens before I even make it halfway there. Do you think you could go in my stead? There's a man by the name of Ikaruga there. He is an old friend and should be able to identify who our captive's superior is. Smooth says, no problem, your opener shots are a godsend for someone trying to remember what is going on. Oh yeah, I could imagine that. I do recommend, if you want to get the greater details, to watch like the full guides, but since you said you have basically watched everything I have, then you probably have watched those too. But yeah, the intent is exactly as like a refresher and might be problematic if you only watch the opener. But I suppose that is typically expected. Like, if you could teach a job from start to finish in 1 minute, then why wouldn't you? Wait, where's the... Oh. Huh. Do we have to swim there as well? Oh shit, had to go. That's fine. Oof. That's fine. I was scared of pulling something and then dying from the fall damage. So is this just shallow water the entire way? Oh boy. Dun 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 dun. You just doubled summoner. Nice. That is a very good job. Not too difficult if you're like if you also need to get acquainted with a lot of like new boss fights and stuff like that. Kyle says, when I hit level, he says, Kaitsu, when I hit level 90, let's start a static. I want to savage raid and do ultimates. You don't want to start a static with me. I simply don't, like, have the time for me to be in a static. That's why I'm not. Ah, yes. Just the other day, one of the soldiers deserted base. I suspect he is the man Yuzui is after. Trade with foreign countries is strictly prohibited in our nation. The man, upon learning his subordinate disappeared, feared he would be caught and turned tail and ran. If what you told me is true, he likely went northwest of here to seek asylum with the Kojin of the Red. I attempted to go after this man myself. Alas, that would require me receiving the necessary authorization, which could take days. Please, drag him down and arrest him in my stead. If he resists, feel free to kill him. That is also true. There is a lot to do. It's not enough to just be level 90.
Yeah, if I had the... So the thing is, I'm not rating Savage because both I am focused more on other things, and because I simply don't really want to have like a Savage rating schedule on top of everything else I have in my life. So I'm just not in a static of choice. It's not that I can't find one. If I wanted to be in a static and I couldn't find one, then I could make my own. I haven't. So it, like, you don't want to be in a static with me. Because it wouldn't go anywhere. Basically, it just wouldn't go anywhere. But that doesn't mean that you can't, like, look for a static anyway. Like, we have, like, there is the community Discord, and there there's a looking for group chat where you could like ask around if anyone wants to join you. Smooth says, do you at least do the old content once to at least cross them off the list? Well, we sometimes do mount farming streams, as you may have seen, where we do old content. My main has most of the, like, has all of the Savage Raid and Extreme mounts from Heavensward and Stormblood, for example, and we're working on Shadowbringers. It's just that my free company, we don't have, like, it's not easy to always make the schedules align so that we all can go. But we usually stream it, so you can see that we actually do that. And if we were to reach Endwalker during Endwalker, then we would try to do the oldest Endwalker stuff first, right? We would try it, but it is strictly with the intent of having fun. And not to, like, try and grind gear and all that. I would have to be a fool to agree to go with you. I'm so close to the Red Coaching settlement. So close to freedom. You are extremely far away, actually. Now we just have to go back again. But yeah, I do content, and I do know about Savage Raiding. Like, I know how it's done and everything. It is specifically a case of I want to do other things. Like, I spend a lot of time in Final Fantasy XIV making both videos and doing dailies and doing the things that I like in the game. But then adding Savage Raiding on top of that feels like too much in my mind. So that's why I don't. For a while back in Shadowbringers, I raided Savage with some friends, and the instant that they no longer were interested in Savage Raiding, I wasn't interested in Savage Raiding either. It was pretty funny because there were some that were like people we had invited into the group as we went along, that, like, because I basically became the raid leader of the group, and they were like basically just sitting there waiting for me to make a new raid team because it worked really well. The thing is that the instant that I didn't have friends that wanted to Savage Raid anymore, then I didn't want to Savage Raid anymore, so I didn't make a new Savage Raid team. I'm from Denmark. Ah, so it seems he forced your hand. Perhaps his death was for the best. I will send word of all that has happened to Yusui, though I'm not sure he will be happy to hear it. Ah, you're curious to know how I will inform him. That, my friend, is a secret. Aha. I see. Oh, look, and Kogane is right here. Sell them out? What do you mean? It's a secret, don't go telling it to everyone. Well, he didn't even tell me what the secret was. Mistress Chaiji, what a pleasure it is to see you. How might I be of service to you today? A crimson flag taken from the main mast of a mercantile ship confiscated by the Confederacy. A sheet of paper listing each and every single item that can be found aboard the mercantile ship the Confederates recently confiscated. You would like to know if this flag or any of the items listed here came from one of our ships? I'm afraid I cannot help you there. Kikimo, however, might be able to tell you. She is in charge of inventory and is currently stocking our ships at Pier number 1. Thank you. Oops. Oh, Pier number 1. Hello.
And who might you be? Ah, Mistress Chaiji, I've heard a great deal about you. Very well, I shall take a look at your flag and list.
Yeah, indeed, the Eureka Pier.
None of these items are even remotely familiar. It is as you suspected. You have been lied to. It is a shame you were the one to ask. Had it been anyone else, it would have been an easy thing to claim the ship and its goods as our own. Many of the items listed here are worth their weight in gold and then some. With this, those men could have easily paid the tithe several times over. Such luxurious items can be rather hard to come by, so do let me know if your friends are looking to sell any of this. We would be more than happy to find a buyer for them.
Oh. That is pretty ironic. They're basically saying, like, this little storyline is basically none of the merchants are willing to pay the ruby tithe, because if they do, then the Guardians will come after them for simply choosing to do it, so the merchants won't. But their cargo is so valuable that they could easily have paid it, but by choosing not to pay it, they basically got the entire cargo taken instead. Isn't that ironic? I have also not finished Eureka. Back when Eureka was completely new and there was just the first zone, I actually did, like, I reached like level 18 there, and then I believe I quit. Like, that was back when I started playing originally, and then something came in the way. I can't remember if it was like Legion in World of Warcraft or something like that, but I quit for some reason.
Mistress Caetsu, you're returned. Very good. Now, if you would be so kind as to give the flag and list back to me. It was as we suspected then. In light of Mistress Kikimo's proposal, however, not even their evident guilt can sour my mood.
Indeed, this is fantastic news, sir. It is everything we had hoped for and more.
While certainly promising, we are not yet out of the woods. Mistress Caetsu, I trust we can rely on your continued support. I have a feeling we will be needing it.
Yes, I will help you with this quest. Totally. I will do that. Absolutely. Let's not do it. Oh, we're only 4 players now. Has everyone chosen their job of choice? Phew. I wonder what we will get. Oh, the vault, of course. I actually think we couldn't get Aurum Vale at this level with limited leveling, Coco. For good or bad. Ooh. There's not a lot of mobs left. Bonk. I don't really get to do flare very well because the mobs are kind of dead by the time I reach flare in the rotation. Oh man. But I like the vault. It's very nice. But then we can hopefully do Shisui of the Violet Tides after. And then I think there's a Black Mage quest to be had. I completely forgot I had ley lines at this level. It just completely confuses me when I don't have Fire 4. There we... Oh man. Can you maybe... Thank you.
I'm busy casting my spell.
By the power of having a spell being cast, you cannot defeat me. Imagine if you could do that. Like you're just impervious to damage while you're casting. Where do you think Final Fantasy XIV is going now? The big question, I think, that is on a lot of players' mind is, will this story arc that we are in right now, in relation to the Void, continue past the post-game of Endwalker? Or will we do something like it, or will that finish by the time that in time for the next expansion? If it does, I believe there's a lot of players hoping that we will do something with Merosidia for the next expansion. But I would imagine that there's a very good chance that we will learn some of this, maybe in the live letter, or maybe something at FanFest, something like that. It's very two very good options for when we might hear about some of this. I don't know. even Endwalker itself had a little bit of a surprise turn of events with how early the story that people thought was going to be all of Endwalker kind of ended. So I don't know. Hoshi says that they have confirmed that they will show a trailer for 7.0 on the live letter. Well, there you go. So we will know the answer in the live letter. Coming soon. Do you think they will release another job? Well, normally an expansion, like, it has been basically become a tradition that a new expansion comes with at least one new job. But, well, actually at least 2 new jobs, to be perfectly honest. Usually 2 jobs. So yeah, it would surprise me if there wasn't new jobs.
I'll cut you to pieces.
Hoshi correct says FanFest has the 7.0 trailer. The live letter has 6.5 trailer. That makes sense. I suppose that the FanFest is also a lot closer to well, it's a lot closer to 6.5. So if they waited that long, it might be like a little pointless to tease it by then. Oh, well, that's fine. I didn't want my ley lines anyway. Thanks, Grino. What do you think the jobs will be? Well, this is something that we've actually talked about a few times. Every now and then on these streams. I hope that we will get a mage and a ranged physical job. And I hope that the mage or the ranged physical job, I don't care which one, but I hope at least one of them has a focus on dots, because that is something that we're severely lacking right now. There we go, 63. America's FanFest is at the end of July. Oh, well, fair enough. I suppose the argument is more that putting something really big like drives more people to want to be there. Like that makes sense. But my primary reasoning was also just more that if we were to get told about the next expansion, that would be the obvious place to show it, right? But 6.5 is also still quite a ways away. I'm pretty sure that we're expecting it in like 2 months from now, something like that. It is almost certain that they would tease the new job or new jobs at FanFest. Specifically for the same reason, right? To drive some hype. But I am hoping that there will be a job that has some sort of focus on dots. That is what I would like to see in a new job. And then I have a little bit of a hope that it is probably going to... well, I have some expectation that it is probably going to be a mage and a ranged physical just based on the jobs that we have and don't have in the game right now. Like, we have only 3 mages, not counting blue mage, and only 3 ranged physical. While we have like 5 melee jobs. So it would make sense. But I mostly just want a dot job.
Filthy rats! Be gone with you!
No, I don't want to be gone. Oh. It is really weird, actually, that Dancer gets their close position at like level 60.
And now the final curtain!
I remember when Dancer was new, there was such a long time frame, like so long, where if you got into like a low level dungeon or something, there would be like the other DPS would like be like, give closed position, like remember dance partner, because they didn't realize that that dance partner wasn't an option if you're not level 60.
You disgust
Um, like, it's such a signature part of the job that it is kind of weird that they get it at level 60 and don't have it like alongside their standard step. And Gilano adds, just like people asking Red Mage to rest before level 64. Very good point. Exactly the same deal. Everyone knows Red Mage can rest. Why aren't you resting at level 50, even though you haven't had the slightest chance to have learned it by then? It's pretty funny how that happens. But with Red Mage, I feel like... Oh, he's already dead? Oh. Well then. I feel like with Red Mage, it's a little bit more that... Oh, it's just like... It just happens to be something the job can do. But closed position feels like it's weird that Dancer gets it at level 60 and not sooner. That is a lot of shields. Oh, that means we're level 63. But yeah, it is very easy to forget. Like, exactly as I was saying just before, I was forgetting when we started the dungeon that I had ley lines repeatedly because I don't normally connect having ley lines. Like, I normally go, I have Fire 4, so I have ley lines. So I don't connect the low-level Black Mage rotation of spam Fire 1 with having ley lines. So I just forget it. But it's really like the level... level 58 rotation, like the one in the vault, is one of the weirdest ones for Black Mage, because you have Blizzard 4 for the Umbral Hearts, you have Ley Lines, you even have Sharpcast to guarantee procs, but you don't have Fire 4, so you're still like, your burst, your big damage is spamming Fire 1 and spending your Fire Starters and stuff. So it feels like a mishmash of the high level and the low level rotation in a way. Ilana says, last time they announced Sage and teased Reaper at the same time thanks to Yoshida's shirt. Oh yeah, I remember that. It was like Sage was just showed off. And then they were like, oh yeah, there's another job. And people like... I can't remember all of the details, but it was like, it was a magic user, but in melee range was pretty much what we had to go off of. And then there was the pictures of Xenos with a scythe, and that could lead to a lot of things, because I believe we also knew that it was going to share armor with Dragoon or something like that. Like, we had like a bunch of random tidbits of information, and it was like, well, a Templar could be that, and that's technically a Final Fantasy job, so... And then we get the surprise, oh, it's actually Reaper. No, she says, I actually know the person who built Yoshi P's Gunblade when he dressed up as Gunbreaker for the FanFest, when they teased Gunbreaker as a job. Oh wow, that is pretty wild. So a little tip for tanking this is, be careful with stepping on the sand blobs with ears or eyes. They're traps. Like that is the one little warning. Oh wow! Imagine if summoners ever got to use Odin in Final Fantasy XIV. Wouldn't that be wild? Kyle says, what is your all-time favorite job if you had to pick one? That is a hard one because I like a lot of different jobs for different reasons. So I don't really know how to answer that one. Hey Mia, how are you doing? Yeah, I don't know. Like, back in Shadowbringers, my main was actually Summoner. Old school Summoner with the dots and everything. So that does leave quite a bit of a hole. That doesn't mean that I don't like new Summoner, but back in Shadowbringers, I would probably just have outright said my favorite job is Summoner. Now, it's like I like a lot of jobs. For different reasons, so I can't really answer that very well. No! Don't do anything to me, I'm using ley lines. I actually couldn't remember if it would stun you or something. So I was a lot more scared if it was actually going to stop my attack while I was like, I had all of the buffs, I had the power of friendship, and then the boss goes, nope. Wouldn't that be something? Emir says, I was at a friend's birthday party and ended up missing most of the stream. Well, better late than never. I'm glad to see you nonetheless. We unlocked flying in all of the Heavensward zones. And then we did Trial Roulette and Alliance Roulette. And then we started working on Stormblood. Flying. And well, we needed to do Shisui of the Violet Tides to get that, and Black Mage was only level 62, so we kind of needed to reach level 63 to do that, so we did Leveling Roulette. Flying in my small guy stream. I know. It's this newfangled idea that I have that we might actually be able to get places more easily if we could fly. Fila says, I like when Kaito plays all the jobs as well. Very satisfying seeing all the actions being used. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Speaking of which, I should use ley lines here. This particular pack is, as far as I recall, surprisingly hard. And I messed up my double flare here, so instead we get an extra fire 2. And Fila says, I remember Kaito saying doing bard openers or bursts feels like playing a piano. Well, it does. You have like a quadrillion cooldowns. It kind of does, doesn't it? That was a little early on my part. Oh well. Perfect, we got a fire starter, so I can do my burst properly. Sort of. Yeah. Excuse me, coming through. Noot noot. Oh, we had a little switcheroo. In that case, I'm going over here. Oh no, my stance is going to drop. Nope, Fila, we cannot because it is a debuff. So you have to let it drop naturally. If it was a buff, on the other hand, then you could do it. And Emir says, remember to use Limit Break. True. We should use Limit Break on the pack after this one. I think Gilano is actually in a I let my buff drop again. I think Gilano's actually in a better place to do it as a dancer compared to a black mage, even though there's the little thing where mages do like a little bit more damage with their limit break. Nice. Kyle says, I think I figured it out. You like dots? Love the high pace play of having to keep them up while doing other things. Sure, something like that. It's probably right. Like, if it wasn't for the simple fact that I like to play tank, like, my favorite DPS in WoW is, like, Warlock. So that probably matches up pretty well. The unfortunate reality is that you cannot tank as a Warlock. Not even when they had a tank stance, because the taunt didn't work on bosses for some reason. And I will never forget that. It was the saddest thing. It was like, they had every single thing they needed to be able to tank, and then the taunt doesn't work. Like, you can't tank switch. It was the only thing. No, there's only 3. But I also just really enjoy mages. It's more that I'm not sure which job I would like the most, because like in Final Fantasy XIV I really like I like warrior, I like paladin, I really like sage, I really like summoner and black mage and red mage, and I really like reaper. Just to mention some, but I can find something that I really like about all jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. But it is probably mostly the magic thing. Are we going? I could have done that in a better order. Oh well. And she's gone. Are you serious? Oh, alright, Fila. Good night. And thank you for joining. Oh boy. Kitsuneko says, I have a question about lore in the ninja side quest at level 45. What about it? I can't remember what happens in that particular quest. But, like, maybe I can answer it. And Kyle says, which job do you think has the best animations and aesthetics? I don't know. I don't know about that. Nice. Wait, did we level up again? Coco, the spicy bonsai quest that I mentioned ages ago is the custom delivery quest line that you can find in Crystarium. I don't know if it's available in Shadowbringers or if you need to reach Endwalker to get it. Oh, that was actually an upgrade. Oh well, I already passed. You can see what you mean with that, Kyle. The thing is that Dark Knight has had a whole rework in Shadowbringers. The old Dark Arts system was a lot cooler because it like it built up to something. Like you had options. Like for instance, you could choose to spend mana on boosting the damage of your next attack, or you could use it to make your Dark Mind better. The Dark Mind used to have an interaction with Dark Arts that allowed you to, like, if you used... So Dark Arts was the way that Dark Knights typically spent their MP, in contrast to how you use Edge or Flood of Shadows now. And the way it worked is that you just click it, it's an ability, and it empowers your next thing that has an interaction with Dark Arts. Most of your weapon skills and spells had an interaction with Dark Arts. But many of your abilities also did. For example, Dark Mind reduced damage taken from magic by, I believe, 20% normally, but it was 40% if you spent Dark Arts on it. Now, that sounds extremely cool on paper. The problem is that, and I think most of us can see this coming, why would you use MP on that you can on a defensive cooldown when you can use it on damage? Like, why would you use Dark Arts on Dark Mind when you could use Dark Arts on boosting the damage of a weapon skill? And that was also true in Stormblood, unless you actually had to use had to sacrifice something offensive to go defensive to survive something. It was pretty much always guaranteed that the best choice was to go all-out attack, and that is how it is today. So instead of having these misleading choices, they basically just removed it. The only remaining remnant of this design was that TBN, you know, the Blackest Knight, still costs MP and then has a kickback of basically refunding your resources again if it goes correctly. But I think that old Dark Knight was cooler as well, had more, like, creativity in the job and things like that. Kitsuneko says, Karatsu Redbeak's final fight. Why did he breakdance, jump with his butt aiming for clouds, and then exploded? I'm more confused how was that all needed to happen. I think it's because it's like, I think it's Japanese humor. I think it's supposed to, like, he's like trying to be a specific kind of trope. I don't think there's any lore behind it. I think it's just because it's silly. Because Karatsu Redbeak does this a lot in the ninja storyline. He's like, I believe he's both the villain and comic relief simultaneously somehow. I agree, Kyle. All-out damage is boring. Absolutely. The only reason why it prevails is because it turns out to be most effective. Like, the only way to force players to play more defensively is to make it required. And, like, this is the reason why tenacity is considered terribly bad in Final Fantasy XIV, is because, I mean, it reduces damage taken for tanks, but, like, I mean, if healers can get by without healing you more, then tenacity doesn't help anyone. using anything, like any GZD on anything defensive, like a paladin using clemency, is a DPS loss over attacking. And if you can kill the boss sooner, you will take less damage. Like, it makes sense, and it's not a Final Fantasy thing. It's not an MMO thing. It is like a gaming thing. Why, like, to justify choosing a defensive option in a game, if you're trying to optimize in any regard, the defensive option has to basically be like in a completely different universe to the damage option for it to even be considered. Like, if you can choose between having taking 1% less damage or doing 1% more damage, most players will probably choose doing more damage. Even though, with compounding effect, it will probably be more helpful to reduce the damage you take, right? Like, going from taking, like, doing 1% more damage to doing 2% more damage is less impactful than going from taking 1% less damage to taking 2% less damage. But doing more damage kills things faster, which is better, right? But if you had the choice between, you know, doing 1% more damage or having like 10% more health, then we're getting somewhere, right? Now it's starting to look like something. And also, yeah, Emir, you can join up whenever you want. I don't know how much more dungeon content we're doing, but we're going around having fun, just hanging out. I've been inviting people as I see them appear in front of me. But I absolutely agree that the attack, just kill faster mentality of gaming, not just MMOs, not just Final Fantasy XIV, but gaming, is very, very boring. Like, extremely boring. Kyle says, I mean, I get it, but it kind of makes certain jobs not as viable. No, that's not a thing. That is elitists that don't know how to read logs. We've gone over this before, but let me just highlight tanks in the current raid tier. And I'll do it again. I'll do it as many times as it takes. Right. So this is our DPS. I believe, is it N DPS that is the most acceptable one? Or is it C DPS, honestly? That is the new one. Let's do that one. So C DPS is, I believe, actually the damage, like, that will actually correlate the closest to the damage that you would see on a DPS meter. Right? Because it actually attributes buffs to the player that did the damage, as opposed to attributing buffs to the person that applied the buff. Because tanks have no raid buffs, it makes no sense to rank them based on, like, a system where there's no raid buffs. It makes more sense to say, well, what can the tanks actually do with the raid buffs? And as you can see here, on average, so the median is what matters. Like, the average playing this job is what really matters here. Gunbreaker and Warrior is at 59, so compared to all jobs, they will do around 59% of the best possible damage, right? So a Dark Knight will do somewhere around 58, like rounding up. Paladin will do something like 57. I just want to be clear here that 59 is 3.5% more than 57. And remember, Paladin was rounded down. So suggesting that Gunbreaker is the best tank and it makes Paladin or Dark Knight unviable because Gunbreaker does 3.5% more damage is nonsense. Complete nonsense. Because if you're wiping to enrage because your tank is doing 3% less damage, then there's something else wrong than your damage. That is not the problem. The problem is probably that you forced your tank to switch to Gunbreaker when they're more comfortable with Paladin. So they're playing worse. Angel C DPS was something that was added super recently. It is basically... So the 3 original ones had different versions. Like, I believe one of them is each job is attributed the damage that their buffs provided to other players. One of them just removes all buffs, and one account some buffs, C DPS is a new one that basically shows how much damage it would be on a DPS meter. Like, it attributes the buffs to the person that did the damage, which is a lot more interesting when comparing tags. And this is just one example. If you compared all DPS jobs in this way, you can see that the difference between the best job and the worst job is less than 10%. Like, it's not like WoW where some jobs aren't viable, some specializations aren't viable because they do like half of the damage of the best job, or specialization. It's not like that. But because players focus so heavily on damage, there exist players that think that way, Kyle. That, why would I choose a paladin in my group when I can have a gunbreaker? Why would I have a dark knight when I can have a warrior, right? Because they do more damage. Who cares about the defensive cooldowns? Because these do more damage, we'll figure the rest out. It is really ridiculous, honestly. But all jobs are viable. It's more that this extreme focus on just attacking makes it very boring to optimize, to actually think about how you approach fights, because there's usually only one answer. Anyway.
I know not how to thank you. You saved them, Caetsu. You saved all of them, even the Ruby Princess. While she is unharmed, she is currently unconscious. Jusai has carried her to Suinosato, where she might rest undisturbed. It looks as though it will be a while before she wakes. Before we speak any further, however, let us return to the village.
But yeah, my point is that it is very common that people will get this hyper focus on what job does the most damage, but everyone is so close in Final Fantasy XIV that it basically doesn't matter. And there's also other factors that plays in. It's just that people tend to forget that. Again, because of this hyper focus on just do damage. Phil says, I return with many Levin Strike memes under my belt. So, did you clear or not? Kitsuneko says, you know you're in a situation where either flee and die from master or stay and die from friends' hands. I laugh to always pick third option, but that is something I never would expect to happen. Huh. Is that the ninja quest? And Hoshi says, you also don't talk about passing in the games chat and stuff. Yeah, exactly. You can get reported for basically admitting to using third-party tools. But it's actually more so because you're basically judging and harassing the person over their performance. Like, the thing is that donking on someone because their pass is bad or their DPS is bad is equivalent to just looking at what they're doing and saying that they're, you know, bad at the game in a rude way. Like, if you say things in a rude way that can be interpreted as harassment, then it doesn't matter whether you brought up a DPS log or not.
Please allow me to once again thank you for your help. You may be happy to hear that the palace guards are all slowly beginning to return to their senses. It seems peace has finally been restored to the palace. You've saved everyone, including Shiosai, from an untimely death. If only the Ruby Princess would open her eyes, so Inosato will be exactly as it was before. I suppose we must simply be grateful for how well things turned out. Now that the worst of the storm has passed and the tides have begun to calm, it is time that I came clean.
Oh yeah? Well, we'll not be doing that quest right now. Well, Phil, as long as you had fun and you felt like you learned more about the fight, then that is the most important part. The important part about Savage Raiding isn't winning, it's about having fun. And that might sound absurd, but then you remember that you're playing a video game. But yeah, it is, as Hoshi said, well, it's complicated. You can get in trouble talking about using any of the third-party tools, any of them, whether it's passing a DPS meter or like a visual mod. The key thing is that you will only get in trouble if someone chooses to report you for it. Just talking about a mod is not a problem. It is the part that you can get reported, and that will turn into a problem. And the best way to go about it is to never talk about mods in-game. And that leads to a very fun fact. If you've ever right-clicked someone, checked their adventure plate, and seen that their adventure plates, like search information like this one, just says Mare Lamentorum in the, auto-translate. That is code word for a specific mod being in use. But because they don't literally say the mod's name or anything, that is safe. They can just explain that they like Mare Lamentorum. Kyle says, honestly, thinking about Astrologian as a whole makes me want to play it, considering it reminds me of Corsair and Old School Bard from Final Fantasy XI. Well, go for it. Astrologian is really cool, it's really fun. It's really difficult and has a really high learning curve, but if you like difficult jobs, then you're going to like Astrologian, probably. Phil said, I'm probably not having as much fun as I would. Kinda burned out because my group got stuck on P8S Phase 1 for 5 months. Ugh. 5 months of progress on a specific boss. I believe back in World of Warcraft, back in Mists of Pandaria, the final raid tier, Siege of Orgrimmar, was the current raid tier for like a year and a month or something like that. So like if you ever feel like Final Fantasy XIV's patch cycle can get a little slow sometimes, just think how lucky we are that we don't have year-long raid tiers. Right? It took my raid team like a year of progressing. Like I joined it in the middle of the raid tier. Joined the raid team. I was in a different raid team at the start, but I joined like a few months in. But that raid team, we got to the final boss, Garrosh Hellscream, on its hardest difficulty at like month 7 or 8. But it took us a year to beat it. Like, it took us the full year to beat it. Both because of re-clears and because of the fight being 15 minutes long and the hardest part was the final minute. Really, really brutal. But that was like also like 4 months of the same boss. Well, Kyle, you can play both. You can play both. It's just a matter of what you want to play at a given time. In Coco, you can, if you record yourself too much doing it. Or if you admit to using it too much. But if you keep it to yourself, like you don't talk about it in game, then nothing happens. Emil says, I don't like hard jobs. Looks over to my mains, machinist and gunbreaker. Oh, Ymir, I don't actually think that the reason that you like Machinist and Gunbreaker necessarily has anything to do with their difficulty. Maybe not even their playstyle. I think maybe it's the aesthetic that really gets you, and then the other aspects you have just found that you also kind of like. But I have a feeling that it has more to do with the aesthetic of Machinist and Gunbreaker. Does that sound possible, Ymir? Kyle mains Black Mage. Well, there you go. Angel says, I cannot play high APM jobs. Always because I have a bit of health issues, so Machinist makes my hands refuse to work sometimes. I believe Sip has some days off, so I don't know if he's been here all along. But Sip is hiding in the shadows. Should we actually let's do the Black Mage quest now that we have it. But an important thing is also that you don't have to play a job perfectly to be able to enjoy it. Like, circling back to the whole it's a video game thing. Yesterday I released a video on on some things that makes jobs easy to play in Final Fantasy XIV, right? That doesn't mean if you don't find that easy, then it's your problem. It's more that it's common things that people find easy, as like a open discussion to talk about what people find easy. And one person said, I can't remember who it was, but they said that they find Black Mage very easy because their long GZDs, because of their cast times, both gives them a lot of time to think, but also because as Black Mage does not have that much of a focus on weaving compared to a lot of other jobs, that made it a lot easier for them because they had bad latency, so they couldn't really double weave. And the thing is, that's true. Black Mage, you can do most of what Black Mage wants to do without really having to weave very much, like a single weave every now and then. But someone then jumped in and said, if you're not doing double weaves, then you're probably not doing as much, like you're probably doing less damage than a healer. Sounded like hyperbole, right? But they actually came back and like repeated it when I tried to explain to them. So some players don't realize that there's other things than playing perfectly in Final Fantasy XIV. Well, Kyle, what happens is, I can't remember, have you completed the MSQ, Kyle, or are you still working on that? You said something about you weren't level 90 yet, so you haven't completed the MSQ, I assume.
Ah, Caetsu, good. For better or for worse, it would seem Chatoto is still enjoying herself a peaceful slumber. In the meantime, my study of the books of Nalthal has proven rather enlightening. In particular, I was surprised to learn that while the statue in Null's reflection is a relatively recent construction, in historical terms of course, the goblet it holds in its hands is quite ancient. It would appear that it was within that vessel Mistress Chatoto's soul was sealed away. Master's record goes on to state that the inner surface of the goblet is inscribed with a message in the glyphs of ancient Ma. It reads, yes, here it is.
The power of destruction did rend the baleful star, and peace doth reign near and far. Yet 23 centuries hence shall it come anew, and certain doom is sure to ensue.
A prophecy of sorts, it would seem. It has been roughly 2,300 years since Chatoto founded. 2,300 years. Since Shatoto founded black magic, which means it is entirely possible she herself left the inscription, but whatever sort of doom could the prophecy be referring to? I fear it is all rather cryptic.
Someone from off-screen says, Lalai, and Kaitsu as well. I would speak with the both of you at once. Oh, him. While I would like nothing more than to catch up on old times, I come bearing grave tidings. My friends, pray lend me your aid.
Well, if it isn't our favorite copy-headed hero, I would have thought the seventh hell would freeze over before you cast your lot with purveyors of destruction. What have we done to deserve the honor of your growling?
This is no time for jest, Lalai. The situation is most dire. Why, a veritable horde of crazed golems has burst forth from the lost city and is wreaking havoc on the 12th wood even as we speak. Whatever foul sorcery led them to abandon their orders and run rampant, we cannot say, but one thing is certain. If we do not deal with them, and do so swiftly, there is no telling what damage they might inflict upon our forest home.
That does sound like cause for concern. Very well, I suppose it would not kill us to put the matter of Shatoto aside for the moment and... Wait, no, not now.
Ew.
I say, how can the girl think straight with this ungodly fool's cap weighing her down? Or perhaps she can't, and that is why. But, of course, it all makes perfect sense. Oh, hello there. Did you miss me and my prodigious intellect? Of course you did. Now, look, we haven't much time, so do try to keep pace.
This surge of ether. Just who or what are you?
Yes, I'm sure there's so much you'd like to know, but where would that get us? I've already heard all I need to know through the girl's ears. We're needed in the South Shroud, yes? Rampaging golems, was it?
Indeed, I have tasked a whaler named Alphine with looking into the matter. With any luck, he has gleaned some knowledge which might avail us in plotting a suitable course of action.
Alphine, South Shroud, yes, I believe the great Shatoto has all she needs. Well, come now, no point in standing around like gulping gobus when there's work to be done, right? Right. Shatoto? Kaetsu, I'm most grateful for your aid, do not get me wrong, but if there's anything that you and Lalai has been keeping from me, mark my words, I will hear of it in full when our task is done.
Ouch.
Kyle says, I just finished Shadowbringer's main story, haven't done Shadowbringer's post yet. Well, here's the thing, Kyle. You will learn much more about Black Mage as you go further, and you might be shocked, but Black Mage still has plenty of stuff to add from level 80 to 90. If you've ever heard about transpose lines, those are primarily, not exclusively, but primarily enabled by the existence of the paradox spell, which you learn at level 90. You don't have to learn that to do most content in Final Fantasy XIV, but if you want to master Black Mage, that will be required. And for Savage, you might need to learn at least some of it, because transpose lines make you more mobile. And, well, let's just say that Savage content throws a lot of mechanics at you. But you will get better with time, so you don't have to worry about whether you're good enough for Savage right now. That isn't important. And there's also a big difference between mastering all of the transpose lines, because I'm not kidding. I looked into it. It's like reading like a university paper, like with theorems and proofs almost. It's insane how much there is. You don't need to learn all of it. Like, just some of the basics will give you a huge amount of flexibility, but you don't need it to play Black Mage. Ymia says, I think I just like techy aesthetics and explosions.
Well, that exactly, machinist and gunbreaker, right? And Hoshi says the weapon clipping through the hat. You know, the fact that the weapon clips through the hat and it's an NPC that is made to wear that staff and the specific hat is what really gets me. Like, couldn't they have given her a hat that didn't clip, or given her a staff that didn't clip? Like, what happened? Why? And Emil says, don't worry, there's a hole in the hat. That does solve it. Welcome, friends. You come seeking news of the golems, yes? Would that I had any to give. I fear not a single one of the creatures has manifested itself before mine eyes. So you say, my good man, but it is possible that you do not see the trees for the forest. Sometimes that which we seek is right before us, and we need only attune our vision. Why? Is it just me, or do I spy a number of curious stone structures peeking out from the brush? Yes, I have an inkling that our foe may be hiding in plain sight. But just how is one to distinguish living stone from the more ordinary type? Why, I do believe the former would take far less kindly to being scorched with a burst of hell's fire. So, the plan is clear, yes? Let's get blasting. I think, Kyle, that if you enjoy Black Mage at level 90 enough, you will find it fun to learn. It's more that the nitty gritty of like which transpose line should you use exactly when can be very, very complicated. A curious structure of stone stands motionless before you. Can I? Oh, I specifically have to cast Fire 3 and no other spell is acceptable. Alright then. And apparently it doesn't even work like Fire 3 when you do it like that. How strange. Yeah, if you enjoy the job, Kyle, I think you will have fun with transpose lines. Hey Tristan, how are you doing? It's really, really throwing me off that it doesn't give me Astral Fire 3. I cast Fire 3. It should give me the buff. Nice, Phil. Congratulations. Is that re-clear or is that your first clear of P9S? That is a little interesting that all three of them are correct. I would have expected that at least one of them was fake. Re-clear. Well, I hope you got some gear at the very least then. Progging turrets on P10S. Nice. Is turrets the tank mechanic? The one where you get yeeted? Or is that a different one? Well, I'm glad to see you, Tristan. Thank you for checking in. That was fun, wasn't it? Now, while I'm not wont to repeat myself, it seems I should make an exception for the slower members of our band. We have the privilege of standing before the Archmage Shatoto, or rather, a memory of the same which has awakened after years of slumber to rescue your realm from a fate most dire. Slower? Lady Shatoto, if that is truly who you are, I cannot deny your arcane prowess, and yet there is much about this matter that does not sit well with me. Pray explain yourself. What is this dire fate of which you speak? Oh dear, you really aren't very smart. Very well, I shall begin from the very beginning. Dear me, did I almost rhyme? Who does that anyway?
Anyhow, the tale begins some 2 millennia ago, when the great civilization of Ma was still in its infancy. Our scholars ascertained that a mighty comet, awash with unspeakable ethereal energy, was on course to strike our fair home and reduce it to so much rubble. So I thought to rectify the situation the only way I knew how, by blasting the foul rock out of the sky with the most powerful destructive magic our realm had ever seen. This, more than anything, was what spurred me to developing the art of black magic as it is known today. Needless to say, my plan was a remarkable success. A massive chunk of the comet was shattered, knocking it clear off its path and sending it spinning harmlessly off into the heavens. The story, however, does not end there. Fragments of the meteor hurtled to and embedded themselves in the earth. While small enough that their impact caused no significant damage, they remained beneath the surface, brimming with etheric energies just waiting to be unearthed. Needless to say, these otherworldly stones drew the attention of mages far and wide, who sought to claim their power for their own. These are the stones that gave the golems their souls, by whose powers many a city-state flourished. And yet, these stones held yet further secrets. When 2 of them were brought together, they would call out to one another, if ether reacting to ether to augment their mutual powers to still greater heights. Mind you, the power of mere fragments, even in a heightened state, would be far too meager to be cause for concern. One threat, however, still lingered. What if the comet, the mother stone as it were to return? Its circuitous orbit, bringing it in shouting distance of our world once more. Would not its remnants, its children, summon it hither in all its destructive glory? Preposterous! Did your vaunted black magic not knock the comet clear across the skies? Why, it is simply inconceivable that its new path would bring it around back in our direction. Inconceivable to feebler minds, mayhap, but not my own. In fact, I'm so clever that I know everything in the world. In fact, I posit that the comet is drawing nearer every moment, and it is for this very reason that the golems are now running amok. If left unattended, the implications for this world would be calamitous indeed. Fortunately, you have an ally in the impeding battle, a prodigy who foresaw the danger that was to come, and sent her memory into the future that she might return to save the day. Do you mean to say that you predicted that this threat would come over 2,000 years ago? Mind you, do you mean to say that you predicted that this threat would come over 2,000 years ago, mind you, and devised an incantation for the sole purpose of allowing you to return to us in our time of need? I do believe I've already said precisely that. Of course, I did not do it entirely on my own. The spell would have been lost to history if crazy old Kukuruka hadn't dug it up when he did and recorded it for posterity. Dear little Lala and Katsu also played their parts as well. Oh, how wonderful it is when one's followers, against their natural tendencies perhaps, manage not to make an utter mess of things. I must admit, the whole story still strikes me as a bit far-fetched. That's a Pokemon. I mistrust neither your motives nor your skill, Lady Shatoto, but as a hero charged with the protection of this wood, I cannot leave this matter to you alone. I will accompany you and offer what aid I can, but first, let us return to Uldar. I would hear more of the plan you propose before we take action. Must you? Very well, just promise you will not get in our way. Now, come along, my puppets. I have a realm to save, and you're going to help me. Oh, look, Rathalos. Janano says the almost rhyme quip is a nod to the fact that she always spoke in rhymes in Final Fantasy XI. Oh yeah, that's true. In Final Fantasy XI, isn't Shatoto like straight up the black mage teacher or something like that? Angel says problem is people are using. Let me see here. Phil says we do it the way Hector recommends in his videos. And Angel says problem is people are using his guides even though his strats are, which he also started mentioning, not the best.
It's more of party finder people being stuck with not optimized strats. The problem with teaching a guide strategy in Final Fantasy XIV, or honestly, any game for that matter, is if it's like a group project of any kind, then like something like Party Finder will get stuck on the first strategy that works, and it might be difficult or outright impossible to switch to a different one, which sometimes can lead to like an extremely inefficient strategy being the Party Finder strategy, and it might be difficult to rectify. Keziah recently actually said that they would have loved to see me do more Savage content on streams, and would love to see me make boss guides on stream, like for Final Fantasy XIV. And the problem with that wow, that took a long time. The problem with making a guide is that if you don't make like a boss guide extremely early in a raid tier, then it is basically not helping anyone, because everyone that needs a guide will already have learned the guides that are already in circulation, so there's no point. And given that I don't have a static that I can like rely on to clear the fights early quickly, I can't make a guide early enough for it to matter. So instead of trying, I will instead focus on teaching the things that I can teach, like teaching how like more basic mechanics work, because that lets you understand how to deal with a mechanic on like a theoretical, like conceptual level, so that you know how to deal with a boss mechanic in general, how to play your job in general, instead of learning how to play your job in that fight. Because I will not be the first one on the scene. I will not be the first one on the scene with a Savage boss guide. So there's no point in me trying. And then there's also the part that I don't actually want to get to have a reputation like that one that you guys are saying with Hector. Where, like, I think Hector guides are really nice. But because they're really nice, players are willing to just do the strategy that he suggests because it's nice, right? It looks nice. And it is a functional strategy. Gilano says she's the Shatoto is the most iconic character of the game, like Y'shtola for Final Fantasy XIV. Even had an expansion named after her. Wow. That is more than Y'shtola got, right? I don't think Y'shtola got a expansion named after her. In fact, she spent an entire expansion being called Matoya. Partly. Exactly, Tristan. Teach the basics so that the student can figure out the specific problem. Teach why you do things such that you actually understand what you're doing, instead of just, you know, parroting. The hero assures me that there have been no golem uprisings elsewhere, and since he clearly is too thick to tell a convincing lie, I'm inclined to believe him. This means that we still have time to form a plan of attack. I do pride myself on my honesty, and so I will be honest with you when I say this. Your art is, to put it kindly, not looked fondly upon in our day and age, and your story stretches the limits of believability. We cannot stave off this calamity alone, but any entreaties you might make are not like to find a receptive audience. I, on the other hand, have friends in positions of some prominence. I shall reach out to them and see what aid they are willing to offer. How charming. He actually thinks he might prove himself useful. In your spare time, might you not ask your astrologian friends if they have any recent calculations on the Common's path? I have no reason to doubt the accuracy of my own, of course, but I was working off 2 millennia old data. As you wish. Forgive me for being forward, but might I inquire as to the well-being of our mutual friend Lalai? She is still in there somewhere, yes? Oh, she most certainly is. Worry not, the girl's consciousness is just enjoying a short respite. Which reminds me, I really am due for a nap myself. be a dear and do try not to let things go to hells in my absence, will you? Chatoto, mother of the art that brought the great floods upon us. Has she truly returned to deliver us from doom? I'm pretty sure that it was both black and white magic that did that, mister.
The progenitor of our esteemed art has chosen me as her vessel in hopes of saving our world from our falling star. I can scarce imagine a greater honor. Come, Caetsu, we must put our minds together and figure out how we might best do her bidding.
Wait, Lalai. If we take her words at face value, Chatoto has only the realm's best interest at heart. And yet I, for one, remain skeptical. Which is not to say I doubt her intentions, or yours for that matter, and yet we speak of the founder of the very art which gave rise to the War of the Magi and the Sixth Umbral Calamity. Could it not be that even in seeking to save our realm, she's like as not to destroy it?
Blasphemy! Why, Lady Chatoto had long since passed when the war broke out. Only a blind, blustering half-wit would even think to hold her responsible for... Well, when I put it that way...
I understand this, and that is why I begrudge neither you nor her my aid, such as it will serve to protect the realm's peace. At the same time, I intend to keep close watch on her. One way one can never be too wary, after all. In any event, I will gather what knowledge I can of the threat we face, and I would be most grateful if you could do the same. Might I suggest speaking with your Beastman allies, if the idea has not already occurred to you, that is. I feel like they're being a little bit mean to Zionelha right now. Like, I know he was really rude in the previous expansion, but I feel like they're really, really just shoving him into the floor.
I swear, that man's head is made of harder stone than any golem. Still, at least he is cooperating with us, which is progress of some sort. In any event, I will reach out to our Beastman friends. I encourage you to return to your studies in the meantime. If one thing is clear, it is that the task ahead will test us to our very limits.
That is pretty funny. Fel says, I think Chatoto is one... Shantoto is one of the... Is it Shantoto or is it Chatoto? Is one of the main few characters in 11. All I know about her is that she just kills you if you don't pay her a fee for accepting her quest at some point. Wow. Ah, okay. Hoshi says, you should only became a black mage so she has a better chance to get an expansion named after her. Yeah, that would be red magic, wouldn't it? Well, actually, so the thing is that red magic isn't exactly both black and white magic. It is... So, I think we've talked about this before, but... white magic draws power from nature. Which means not from yourself. I believe the Conjurer, or is it the White Mage story, explicitly like follows the story of a person who is a White Mage or a Conjurer who specifically uses their own ether for their magic, which is actually dangerous to their health because of the sheer amount of ether it takes. Black magic, on the other hand, just takes the ether out of your surroundings to pay for the magic that you want, which is the reason why you basically are an infinite font of ether, because you just pluck the magic straight out of nothingness. Like everywhere around you, just go, oh look, there's mana over here, nice. And also leads to the extreme destructiveness of your spells. Red magic does not use ether from anyone but yourself. You specifically pay for your magic with your own ether, but the amount of ether you spend is extremely small. Now the way that works is that you send it through this like this focus on your like the thing that you attach to your rapier. That focus amplifies that ether, but it comes at a cost. It builds up like corrupted ether in your body to fill the empty space left behind, so to speak, and like conjuring white magic this way fills you with corrupted white ether, like white powered ether. Well, you know, and like light magic, and the black magic ones, of course, fills you with black corrupted ether. Now, the way you get rid of it is that you actually use the rapier to, like, send the corrupted ether out of your body and into your enemies to, like, remove the corruption. And that is a really important detail. And that is also the reason why, if you use too much black magic, the corruption of the black, like, the corruption filled by the black ether filling up in your body makes it difficult for white ether to even exist, which is why it becomes slower to produce, and vice versa. And the reason why it is important with the rapier part, where you actually get rid of the corruption, is because you have a focus that you can use, so that you can use a fraction of your ether to cast, like, Scorch, or the Flare, or the holy, like, massive explosions that rival like, black magic or white magic users, like black mages and white mages. But you do that with, like, just a little bit of ether out of yourself. What would happen if a black mage took the focus, took ether from around them, sent through the focus, and then, like, made the universe's biggest flare cast ever created? Now, the answer to that is that you would presumably still build up corrupted black ether in your own body, and the sheer quantity of ether you would send through the focus would probably kill you outright. I'm guessing, because I'm not actually sure on that, but this is like, we know how black magic works, we know how white magic works, and we know how red magic works. And specifically the rapier part and the corrupted ether part of red magic is basically the reason why a white mage or a black mage cannot take the red mage focus, which sounds like obscenely overpowered if they could, because they have no way of getting rid of the ether, and they would also get so much corruption in their body like that it's completely out of the question to even try it. Angel says might be white mage's story, because Conjurers was something else. I mean, you can talk about the Conjurer story if you like. It's more like, I did them ages ago, so I just don't remember. Kyle says it's time to watch your Astrologian guide. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Kyle. Deep lore. Hoshi says, I will go offline in 14. Meds stopped working, so I feel a bit bad. Well, I hope it isn't too bad. But thank you for hanging out in game. With that said, I don't actually know what we should do now. We could do another dungeon. We could do another roulette. We have a little bit of time. Do we actually have level, like, oh, we do have level 70 gear, and we also have level 80 gear, so, like, we're actually fine on that. The main thing that we might be missing is, like, a level 80 weapon. I'm thinking of spending some poetics. I think I'll do that, actually. Good luck, Phil. Oh yeah, that's true. Ymir has just been doing the Conjurer quest. There we go. Whoops. We could probably do the fringes and peaks quest, like the low level ones, or the lower level side of it, to progress on more flight. Aw. False alarm. Oh. Are you playing in a static, Phil? Can't remember if you said that. Hey, Umia, there's a tip on that. If you can get a friend to help you, just any person, honestly, it doesn't even have to be a friend. It could be an enemy you get to help you if you want. That's one. But if you can get a person to ferry an item for you, you could send the glasses through them. Like you can have Umia get the glasses. You can even get like a glamour prism. And just trade it to your friend or your enemy, and have your friend or your enemy trade it to your alt for you. I recommend doing it with friends. You don't know for certain if the enemy will actually help you at the end of the day. But I'm sure if you just need someone to help you, like for a few minutes with trading something, you can probably get a hold of someone on the Discord, if you need it. And also true, Sip gave Smol Kai her glasses. Just a moment, Emir, and then I can do the trade.
Caetsu Chaiji of the Twin Adders, just the woman I wanted to see. We misplaced a number of Garlean drones taken from Balz's wall, and by misplaced, I mean the damn things sprang to life and stormed out of the base. They need to be dealt with before any civilians come to harm. Being familiar with Magitech as you are, I can think of no one better to assist us. If you would be willing to help, go and speak with the lieutenant.
Are you serious? Lieutenant, do you need like... Are you missing like a vocal here? What?
She's overseeing the initiative to terminate the drones.
Lieutenant Chaiji, a moment if you would. The Alliance has seen fit to charge the Twin Adder with overseeing the occupation of Castrum Orleans for the interim. As an adventurer, I realize it is your wont to attend to matters both great and small in all corners of the realm, though it should go without saying that you must also uphold your obligations to the Twin Adders and the Eorzean Alliance. Thus, I would ask for your aid in a reconnaissance mission here in the fringes. Pray speak with Lieutenant Molko. That is a much easier name to pronounce. When you're ready to receive a briefing, she will be overseeing the operation. Is it just the glasses? Oh. Right. Gridania, right? Yumi, just let me know when you're in game, then I'll come over. Since we just have some more talking to people stuff here.
Caetsu Chaiji, your assistance is greatly appreciated. The drones were not in our possession for very long, but a cursory inspection showed they are made with a heretofore unknown metal alloy. They are all but impervious to traditional firearms, which is why we commissioned Garland Ironworks to fashion a weapon capable of penetrating their armor. It has since been fitted to a suit of Magitech armor, which I would ask you to pilot. If I'm not mistaken, this would not be the first time you've piloted one of these suits. It should take you no time, then, to familiarize yourself with the controls. Now, the drones were last sighted due east of here and to the north along the Villadina River. I fear recapturing them is out of the question, so do whatever you deem necessary to stop them.
That is an annoying quest. I'll be back to grab that later. putting me directly in the armor, and then we just have to go north. Oh, I thought it was way further away. Good luck, Phil.
Do my eyes deceive me? It can't be. But it is. Caetsu Chaiji, the Griffin's Bane herself. Yes, the great hero who defeated the Griffin atop Baelza's wall, bringing his plans of conquest to a shuddering halt. I can think of no other title that has so aptly befits your prowess. A pity no one else seems to think so. But enough of that. What brings the illustrious Griffin's Bane here to Castrum Oriens?
Oh, she's also wearing glasses.
Serpent Marshal Brookstone has requested you assist in my investigation. This is such an honor. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Ah, goodness me, where are my manners? Talhamulko, military records officer at your service. I cannot offer much in the way of combat, but if you should have any inquiries regarding historical matters, you need only ask. Now then, let me apprise you of our current situation. Shortly after taking control of Castrum Oriens, we discovered a number of confidential documents left behind by the Guardians, prisoner records dating back to the beginning of Alamigo's occupation. As you might have guessed, a great many were conscripted and sent away to subjugate new territories. A surprisingly large number were executed as a reminder of what would happen should any step out of line. What we weren't expecting, however, was a number of prisoners listed simply as whereabouts unknown. We thought perhaps they met some ill fortune during their imprisonment, or even escaped, but we could find no other documents to suggest what became of them. Be they living or deceased, it is now our duty to find them, not just for our own records, mind you, but their loved ones as well. They deserve the peace of mind knowing what happened here. Would that this were a recent incident, though. It will be no easy task ascertaining their whereabouts after 20 years, but I believe I know where we might begin our investigation. The Ananta have called these lands home long before even the Alamegans came to settle here, and, as luck would have it, the Resistance has established cordial relations with their people. Perhaps they remember something of what happened all those years ago.
Shoom. And shoom. And shoom. There you go. I couldn't imagine being doing savage raiding on on NA or Japan or JP data centers, simply because I would have a really hard time playing well with latency issues. I'm not sure how bad they would be, but I wouldn't feel great with my performance regardless of what happens, pretty much. Oh yeah, we have this. Then we out-leveled it. What? It seems like that straight line is very short. Shorter than the animation itself, because it says 4 yalms, but that laser beam is not 4 yalms. I can tell you that much. That laser beam is closer to 8, let's say. I don't think there's a chunky braid hairstyle, no. But there are some braided hairstyles, aren't there? At least with something. Ha! That's hilarious. Did your attacks work? I just want to be super clear. So Hoshi, that was a specific version of the mount intended for that quest. The quest specifically said that Garland Ironworks had made a special armor that could hurt those machines because their armor was made of a special alloy that normal attacks didn't work on, or at least their normal weapons didn't work on. But Ymir here had no problems casting doses on the enemies. That worked. Really weird. Like, I was just sitting there that entire fight hoping Ymir would try, because I was really curious if it would work. Like, obviously the intent is that I'm pretty sure you can't initiate the fights without having the armor itself. So the rare occurrence where you both have the armor and the ability to attack the machines is very small. So normally you wouldn't notice the problem.
Welcome back. I take it the drones have been disposed of then. Excellent work. We were quite fortunate for your presence, save for Lieutenant Nidenva. None of my men can even activate a suit of Magitech armor, let alone pilot one in combat. I only pray that isn't to our detriment in the future. There's still plenty more of those drones out there along Balsa's wall, if any more of them should suddenly stir. At any rate, we will continue working with Garland Ironworks, so that should such a day come, we will be ready. And Gilano says, reminder, when you get the Magitech armor at the end of a Realm Reborn, you can get 2 cosmetic spell actions for it by doing a yellow quest in Modona called Magitechnical difficulties. That is true. And as Gilano says, it is cosmetic spells. They don't actually do anything. But they look fancy.
Alamigan prisoners captured 20 years ago. Yes, I remember. When the Garleans gained their foothold here, they interned any and everyone. Striders, Ananta, it mattered not. Most were forced to serve in the Garlean military, dispatched to other lands from which they would never return. If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners who remained were taken to a small village to the south. I cannot say what transpired there, but the settlement was heavily guarded. Fear the worst for them. A settlement to the south? Why, that would have been Bittermill. I recall records of its residents seeking asylum in Gridania when the Garleans first arrived. The place was all but razed to the ground. Let's begin our search there. Perhaps something of value still remains in the rubble.
You've been learning some Sage, Ymir? Well, as long as you have fun with it. So say the important part is having fun playing the game. You don't have to play all jobs if you don't like them. I think I've told this story before, but I have a friend who specifically leveled Black Mage exclusively through going into Frontline with it and switching to a different job, such that they could get the experience for the Frontline to Black Mage, and then they would do MSQ Roulette as Black Mage at level 50. And that would be the only, and also use Wondrous Tales, I believe, to funnel experience into Black Mage, simply so that they could level the job without playing the job as much as possible, because they didn't like Black Mage. But they needed to have that level 8, that mount that you get for having all jobs at level 80. I do too, Emir. I also prefer barrier healers.
What are Guardians doing here?
They cannot be allowed to leave. Get them. Oh, look, a bear. Ugh. Yeah, run. Doesn't that lead to a death sentence in the Guardian army if you run away like that? I'm pretty sure that there's that's how Greenwald got demoted like that, to basically fodder because he ran away. And he was lucky.
Goodness, that's smart. Perhaps I should have devoted more time to combat training. Though no amount of training would make me a match for the renowned Griffinsbane. That was a magnificent display. Guardian soldiers were certainly the last thing I expected to find in these abandoned and otherwise forgotten buildings. I managed to catch them unawares, but I'm quite certain this investigation would have ended poorly had you not arrived. Still, I find this quite curious. The Guardians were said to have retreated from this area. What were they doing here? I'm afraid our search for answers has only raised more questions. If we are to make sense of any of this, we must search this place from top to bottom. After my heart returns to my chest.
Oh, thank you. You gave me an ether current? Well, then in that case, I'll absolutely help you with your quest. Wait. No, that's not an ether current. Does not look like an ether current to me. Yeah, those are probably too high level. So let's go over to the peaks instead. Is there just one? The rest of them all down there. It looks like it.
Fancy yourself as our village's savior, do you? If you truly mean what you say, I have a mind to introduce you to someone. His name's Saya. He used to be one of the quarry's finest workers, he did. He keeps fighting the good fight to restore Alagana to its former glory, but I do worry about the toll it must be taking on a man of his years. Have a chat with him if you're interested in helping.
I will go over and say that I want to help him. It's half an aetherite. Hey, Saya. I say.
Thank you for coming. I'm still waiting for a few more of the villagers to arrive. The old bugger's treating us to another one of his speeches, I see. How long do you plan to continue living in abject squalor, I ask you? It's high time we bring back the quarry that once made me proud to hail from Alagana. Some of you may be too young to remember, but the quarry used to mean everything to this village. Bloody hells! When is this old codger going to stop harping on about the good old days? Time you open your eyes, you daft bugger! Time's long since past when we could sell the stone here for a decent amount of gil. About time to face the facts. There's no coin to be had sweating away your life in some bloody quarry. I'd be better served going out and hunting my own food. Just hear me out. If you give up on the quarry, then you'll be giving up on the village itself. Even the hardest of rocks will break if you keep chiseling away at it. Life's the same.
Grandfather, that's enough. I can tell you now that no one here would claim to be happy with their lot, but there's nothing that can be done. You remonstrating with everyone is hardly going to do any good.
Sweet love. Well, what do you bloody expect with that attitude? No one's going to work to improve things when even my own granddaughter has next to no motivation.
There's a reason you don't see much quarrying going on anymore. There's no demand for it. We could get by just fine with the stones we gathered in the past and those we salvaged from ruined buildings. Prosperity doesn't lie in wait for us at the quarry, only monsters. It's about time we realized that we're lucky just to be alive these days. Come on, Grandfather, let's go home.
Blasted girl understands nothing. Of course everything's going to seem pointless if you're only sleepwalking through life. And who in the hells are you anyway? Can you look at me when you talk to me? I ain't doing this for your amusement. I am indeed the Sayer you speak of. Ragenfried sent you my way, you say? Caetsu, was it? So you're the last we have to thank for saving Wirkrata. I can tell you have more fire in your belly than this entire village. Perhaps you'll be able to see that I'm not as crazy as these buggers think me.
Yumia says, I think the concept of the smallest warrior of light and her ultra-tall bodyguard. You know what? It was actually pretty funny earlier in the stream. We had, like, when we were getting ether currents in Heavensward, I was basically lugging around with 4 blue mages, all bigger than me. Like, every time I threw a spell at something, there was just blue mage magic just flying in from all sides, immediately deleting it. And the mobs nearby. It was pretty funny. But this also works.
Anagan now owes everything to the quarry. The stones we extracted were solid, and pleasing on the eye to boot. He even supplied the stone used to build the palace. Ah, those were the days. It was the Imperial invasion that changed everything. Those bastards thought some stone structures barbaric, favoring their cold, tasteless, metallic buildings instead. They say they look civilized. Don't make me laugh. The final blow to our way of life came when Garlemald began recruiting our youth for their own army. We lost just as many to the rebel cause. With no one left to tend to the quarry, it slowly fell into ruin and is now overrun with beasts. The few of us that remain have been left to eke out a living using any means we can. I swear on Ralga's very name, if we could just take back the sleeping stones, this whole village would brim with vitality again. It just needs something that proves the beasts are gone from the quarry, and the villagers would surely see fit to help me restore it to its former glory. I know this is a lot to ask of a complete stranger, but it's not as if I'm spoiled for choice right now. Would you be able to rid the quarry of those damn monsters and bring me back to Urolith soulstones? I'll forever be in your debt.
Yes. That can be done. Kyle says, I just realized they're reworking Astrologian in 7.0, so I don't know if it's worth putting time into. How about an alternative perspective? The fact that they're going to rework Astrologian means that if you ever want to play Astrologian as it is now, you have to play it now. And we know that the 7.0 is not coming in this year, so you have at least 5 months to play it. And we don't know how much they're going to rework the job. It might not be a huge change. It could be a huge change, but it also might not be a huge change. And by that token, many jobs have had their rotation completely upended by a new expansion. Like, this whole transpose line thing for Black Mage, I'm pretty sure it wasn't really a thing. If it was a much less significant part of it back in Shadowbringers. Simply because Paradox didn't exist. So the argument that there's no point learning a job because it might get changed, any job stands to get changes with a new expansion. So instead of thinking about maximizing your time by not picking up a job because you're expecting it to be changed, focus on the now and say, did you want to learn astrologian as it is right now? Like, do you think the job seems cool? Would you like to learn it? Would you like to play it? Would you like to have fun with the job? Then do it. Like, I knew that Summoner was getting reworked in Endwalker, so I made the most of it and played. Oh, the quest is done. The quest is done. Like, I made the most of enjoying Summoner while it was still the Shadowbringers version. Instead of, like, going, oh, there's no point, they'll just change it and all this experience will be for nothing. Like, remember that, like, you could look at anything like that. You could go, well, what's the point in doing Savage Raid? In 7.0, the gear will be pointless anyway because there'll be better gear. There's no point doing the current, like, there's no point participating in ranked because when the next season rolls around, I have to play ranked more to keep my rank. Like, have fun. Do what you like. If you think Astrologian seems enticing and you think it would be fun, then try it. Besides, if they're reworking Astrologian and you turn out to really like it, having it already at max level when the next expansion rolls around might be an advantage. And already be acquainted with some of the core mechanics of the job might also be a good idea. As, like, for example, in extension of the fact that they're reworking Astrologian, they're reworking Dragoon. But what we know about that, we know for a fact that Dragoon is keeping jump. We don't know if it's going to stay an ability, but we know the ability is staying because they told us that the quality of life change they added in 6.4, where the camera doesn't follow you when you use jump and stuff like that, was intended for 7.0. Exactly, Emir. What's the point of working as a machinist in real life? It might just get automated in 20 years.
Nice to see you returned. It'd be even nicer if you happen to be in possession of certain stones. The core of a marble Eurolith. Yes, this is exactly what I was after. Let's waste no time in showing them to the others. It's been far too long since the last ray of hope shone into the villagers' miserable lives.
Oh, thank you for the ether current. Oh, would you look at the time? Well, we're level 64. We could probably do some stuff in Yangsha, I think. But yeah, if you feel demotivated from giving Astrologian a chance because the job is getting reworked, Kyle, that is okay. But I am not joking when I say that many jobs get major changes with an expansion. Like, let me put it like this. Warrior plays completely different now compared to what it did in Shadowbringers. Paladin plays completely different. Gunbreaker used to be a job where it was like, oh, you need to have 9 GCDs in your No Mercy window. Nowadays, it's up in the air whether you want any skill speed at all as a Gunbreaker, because it turns out that it was better to not have DPS-wise, not quality of life-wise. But, you know, it's like a job could get reworked due to discoveries by the player base.
I have lost my grandchild. Please help me search for him. He was right next to me until a short while ago. I cannot believe I lost sight of him so easily. He was asking a lot of questions about the One River. Perhaps he went there searching for something. Though I truly hope that is not the case. I've heard that a group of Lupin looters roam the area of late. Please search along the One River for my grandson. I shall continue to look for him here.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we might be able to unlock flying here then. Nope. Not the quest that I want. Young, sure, there's 4. Are you one? Yes.
You have doubtless already taken in the paddy fields that filled Namai. We rice farmers consider our paddies as children. They certainly require just as much attention. There's rarely a day we do not worry about pests or something else that might do our fields harm. If you would like to know more about life in our village, why don't you try helping us tend to our paddies? Speak with my husband, Akita. I know he will be glad for any help he can get.
I do like some sci-fi and high fantasy.
Whacking day. Could I ask you to help with a problem of mine? It concerns some water serpents that have recently infested the One River. They used to only be found further to the west, but for one reason or another, some have found their way closer to Namai. If prepared properly, they're quite delectable. However, there are far more in the river than one could ever hope to cook. No, the numbers must be controlled by other means. Please slay a few of them for me, enough to stop them from taking the whole river for their own. Oh, and should you happen to get your hands on a few of their livers, please deliver them to my husband, Sentei. You will find him in the Drunken Toad to the east.
I like that she said, if you happen to get some livers, and the quest is literally get livers. Oh, that's far.
Ah. Wah.
There it is.
Hello there, traveler. I require your help if you have the time. While I belong to the Doman Liberation Front, I'm also a proud resident of Namai, with my own responsibilities to the village. I've been told to guard this spring, and under no circumstances am I to leave my post. However, there's another job related to the village I need to take care of. I was hoping you might do it in my stead. Here, take this liquid and sprinkle it around that area over there. You have my thanks.
Around... Just do it around all of this. Yeah, all of it, please. Coco, did you forget to put Cardia on the tank? A bucket of gloopy brown ooze. It's gloopy. I think we're doing these quests as the last stuff we're doing on stream for tonight. Those Minobi are very common to see on the clan hunt marks. I remember going here so many times because of them. Let's see. We have 2 targets near the one river, and then we have the fly, my pretties. Oh, there's striking dummies here. Nice.
You would like to help me tend my fields? That sounds fantastic to me. There aren't too many young folk left in the village, and rice farming is hard work, let me tell you. Firstly, I would have you remove the arrowheads from my fields. It is a pesky weed that inhabits the growth of rice plants. Come speak with me again once you're done. Oh boy, tending rice fields, my favorite.
I would have loved if you just go over and it's just an arrow literally just lodged into it. Just thump.
These weird weeds that appear in my fields from the war happening next door. Really strange. I see you have worked up quite a sweat. Thanks for helping. Thanks for helping. Namai is actually a local term for the arrowhead. It does make you wonder just who thought naming a village after a weed was a good idea. Next, we need to deal with any pests that lurk in the paddies.
Just a moment. It Wimdy.
Next, we need to deal with any pests that lurk in the paddies. Although, it will not be your job per se. We shall use the house sparrows I have trained for the task. I keep them in this bird cage. Please set them free near my paddy fields. Once they have all flown from the cage, clap your hands. I have trained them to recognize that as their signal to begin working.
Ilmia asked in game, how does Sage get its ether? From science? We were on the topic before.
I don't know. My guess is that the neuroliths, like the weapons that the Sage uses, somehow is controlled like I'm not sure. I'm sure it is in a lore book, but I haven't actually looked into it. My guess is that the neuroliths are like controlled with your ether, like almost like controlling puppets or something like that. But I don't know for sure. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually read the item. Home to a group of house sparrows. Thank you, Tristan. Enjoy your workday. Or whatever. I don't know if you were still at work. But yeah, I don't actually know with Sage. The reason why I know with Red Mage was because I looked it up, specifically because I was curious about that focus thing. Thank you so much for all your help. I will not be needing to worry about pests for the time being. I've told my wife to give you some compensation for your troubles. Go on ahead and talk to her. I still have work to take care of here. If I remember correctly, it was something like Summoner and Scholar. A huge part of their power is like in the preparation itself, like you're summoning creatures using extremely efficient like sigils or runes or whatever have you that are mathematically optimized in some capacity is my guess, which makes more like way better use of the ether that you put into it.
But I'm still not sure on that one.
Hello again. I do hope the work was not too hard on you. It is not an easy job, but the sense of satisfaction when you are able to taste the very rice you have reaped, words do not do the sensation justice. Harvest is still a long way off, but we are ready to put the work in. All we need is a little help from the weather, and things will be fine. Oh my! I almost forgot. Here's your payment for today.
It's a shame that because one thing that I find a little sad sometimes is that I wish spells sometimes would explain themselves. Like some spells, it feels like it would be nice if there was just like a mild explanation of how it works. But because like to not make the tooltips any longer than they need to be, the vast majority of spells just say both damage. Which is fair, it's just it leaves a lot to the imagination, right? You were 10 minutes behind? There is this live button I believe you can press, and it will like it should glow red if you're watching live. If that's what you meant. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's there. We do those two, and then we deliver everything on the way back. I was doing the ether current quest when you left the dungeon. Well, I mean, we're doing an ether current quest now. In Gerbania, oh, okay. Yeah, that is a little different. That looks very aggressive. $27. It's like 20 minutes to 11. We are doing these, like we're unlocking flying in this zone, and then I think we're finishing up. But it's not. It shouldn't be so surprising. These small Kai streams, we always go to 11. But I can see why it feels like it's an incredibly long stream. Like you keep checking in and like, oh, it's still going. Oh, it's still going. But it's a Saturday stream. Around 6 hours. Yeah, as I said, it's now it's around 11 p. It's soon to be 11 p.m. You've got level 89 Sage Coco. Well, wait, how far is your main quest? I can't remember.
Grandfather's looking for me, you say? But I cannot go back just yet. I'm still searching for that which was taken from me. I was minding my own business, gathering mugworts, when some nasty lupin stole them right out of my hands. We shall ask the lupin if they would give me back my plants. You'll find them on the other side of the river.
Then you should probably work on that, don't you think? Yeah, that's fine, Myself. The thing is that it's very easy for everyone, basically, to envision what time it is where you are, but I feel like it can be very difficult to, like, imagine what time it is everywhere else. Like, whenever I plan stuff with Zip, I have to be like, right, he's 1 hour earlier than me, and stuff like that. And I have to remind myself because it's so easy to forget, and that's just 1 hour difference. Oh.
You would have us return some insignificant child's mugwort. Do not make me laugh. This whole area belongs to us, including any plants that may happen to be plucked by a child of man.
Well, then you can have a dye, I guess. A fresh dye out of the oven. The oven being this Fire 4. Well, Coco, the more you progress the MSQ, then the easier it will be for you to be able to participate in stuff when we're doing the daily stream. Visel says, I cannot visit Europe with my character, and I don't know why. I know why. Regional data center travel is what we have right now. Worldwide data center travel does not exist yet, unfortunately. Soon. Maybe one day. We haven't been promised a date or anything. But you can only travel between your region. So you would have to make an alt on Chaos or Light to visit any EU data center.
Did you get them to return my mugworts?
Yes.
Ryuzen's grandson's mugwort collection.
Yes, I made them return them. They even said sorry for hurting you.
Oh, thank you so much. I was trying to collect plants to make some medicine. I read about it in one of my grandfather's botany books. There are so many sick people in the village, I just wanted to help. There's one more thing I need for the medicine. Waterweed. I tried to fish some out of the river earlier with a pole, but I didn't have much luck. Could you get some for me?
Could you also help then? Or is it entirely on me? Yeah, Visels, you would need to make a character on Chaos or Light to be able to visit anyone in EU. The emptiness of a data center shouldn't have an effect on your ping, I don't think. Oh, it's right over there. Do you DC a lot? I don't know. I haven't noticed that.
Did you get some waterweed? Taken from the one river. Yay! Now I have everything I need. I'll go back to grandfather now. Thanks for your help.
Did I lose him here? Nice, Phil. I hope you had fun. Rackman! Prog is fun. Deprog, not so much. Wait, what is deprog? Is that when you progress in reverse? My grandson is at last returned. He told me all about how you helped him gather the ingredients he needed to make medicine. Well, I'm glad he has grown to be a kind-hearted boy. There's still much he need learn about discipline and manners. However, those Lupins should really know better than to steal from a mere child. Their race was once famed for being loyal vassals to some of Doma's mightiest warlords. When Doma was crushed by the Empire, some of them managed to escape, choosing to live as bandits. It pains me to see a race once so proud fall so low. Something else we have Garlemald to thank for, I suppose. Yeah. Spending like a session progging a boss and getting nowhere, nowhere close to where you used to be, really sucks. But sometimes it can take a while to like practice the stuff that you feel like you already learned. Like last time we did the new extreme trial, we spent quite a lot of time like getting the double meteors right again after we had learned them, right? Because we had people die to a mechanic leading up to it and stuff like that. Finished already? Fantastic! No doubt you're wondering why that liquid smells so foul. Well, it is made from a mix of pungent ingredients. Animal innards, resin, and garlic, to name but a few. It does a fantastic job of keeping the beasts at bay. One of my friends in the Alamegan Resistance taught me how to make it. Oh, and you'll want to give your clothes. Let us see. 3 thorough scrubbings ought to do it. Why is that one so far away? Oh, right, Sente. Have business with me, traveler. A delicacy in Hawaii. Wow, these tooltips have really not a lot to say, huh? Water serpent livers. But why did you think to bring these to me? Ah, my wife put you up to it, did she? My sincerest thanks. I shall boil these and eat them shortly. Back in the days when I made my living transporting rice up and down the river, I used to slay any water serpents I saw and take them home to cook. Of course, that all stopped once the Empire blocked off the one river. It's thanks to nature and kind strangers like you that I'm able to put food on my table these days. Thank you so much. This man just like straight up killed the those giga water serpents? Whee! Where do we go? Need a picture for next week? The question is where to go. I mean, this isn't a bad place to take a picture. Maybe something like here. Do you have an eating emote? Does it work while you're sitting? I could also get up on this. I think I'll have to hide the minions. Actually, let me just this. I don't think Smol Caetsu is capable of gaining weight from eating, given that she is such a hyperactive, small, sassy lost child, as we say. So I think she'll be okay. She also has been running all stream. So hopefully she'll be fine. I think that was nice. So now we need to find an inn. We're in Yangsha, so Kugane would be the preferred choice. There should be an inn there, right? I'm pretty sure there is. It's up in the northern part, as I recall. It is a very nice sweater, Emir. There you go. Here's a funny story. Just a random callback. When we were doing stuff in Yangsha, I remember we finished like around when we got to Namai, around then, in the MSQ, and then I jumped to here. Like I pretty much entered the inn, and then we had a talk about this and that and everything near the end of the stream, and then randomly during the stream, my headphones just started going completely crazy and made a lot of noise. Like everything was wrong. And that led to me closing the stream extremely quickly because I was scared that something was wrong with my computer. Like 3 minutes later, it resolved itself. A random story. It related to both Namai and this inn. I can practically jump through. Oh, that is awkward with the camera, apparently. there's anything you guys would like to talk about before we end the stream, this is also a great time to do that. Then I have a then I'll get to it very shortly. Oh, that works. Hmm. Hmm. Oh boy. There we are. Right. That was that. We got all flying in Heavensward, and we got like a third of the way through Stormblood, and we're also level 64 now. Did we have gear? We actually do have gear, but we'll have to look at that next time. If you enjoyed hanging out in this stream, and you would like to be able to catch some of these wonderful people that you found on this stream off stream, then consider joining the Discord community server, where there is also a room specifically dedicated to the weekly schedule on the channel, and there's also a room dedicated to reminding everyone whenever there's a new stream, a new video, a new short, what have you, and you can even opt in to get a tag when it comes, if you like, with the reminder role. There's also rooms to talk about everything and anything and everything, including the music room, and there's a room to share your glamour if you like, and there is a and then there's a room to talk about spoilers if you want to talk about lore that might be a little like sensitive for some players. Then that works there. There's a little bit for everyone, and indeed the other day Ymir was talking about that they would rather eat an ice pack than do any of Shadow of Ma again, which is the level 60 alliance raid. So yeah, there's a little bit of everything. There's space for pretty much everyone that is friendly and nice. So I hope to see you there. And if you enjoyed this stream specifically, I would appreciate it very much if you would consider leaving a like on the stream. Thank you so much. And I think that's everything that I have for this stream. So if there's nothing you guys would like to ask me about before we round up and finish, then I think it is actually perfect timing for me to round up and finish. Next week we have a new patch, right? Did the patch notes come out during the stream? They did not. So no guarantees. Maybe I'll stream a little bit going over the patch notes if there's anything particularly interesting to talk about. But otherwise, we're probably going to do the new Hildebrand stuff on Tuesday, and we're probably going to do some variant dungeon stuff on Wednesday. It should be. It is next week, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it says. Yeah, Tuesday the 18th. It is coming. But they haven't put up patch notes. They haven't even put up patch notes yet. So that's the plan. Then of course Saturday we will have Smol Caetsu as usual. And in the next week there will be an Astrologian dungeon short. So, you know, I make a short for healers to show how you can go about pulling in a dungeon in a somewhat predictable way that seems safe. That is, of course, as usual, it is not like the end-all be-all only way to do it, but a lot of players find it a lot easier to approach a dungeon pull if they have, like, a template to start on. Oh, if I do this, most of my cooldowns will be used properly. So that is coming on Thursday. And then Friday, I have a video on basically a little thing or two about what I like about every job. Speaking of Kyle, who earlier asked which my favorite job is, I have been working on a video specifically about what I like about all combat jobs. Each and every one. Which I hope will brighten some people's day. Maybe we can share some positivity about every job. Like, it's often that all this optimization focuses very hard on what the jobs can't do, or what they shouldn't do, or what they're bad at. But in that video, I'm mostly just focusing on what they're good at, or what I think is the most awesome about the job. And that is, of course, the weekly premiere. So I hope you will watch it with me, and I hope you will enjoy it. And I think that's everything for next week. Yeah. So with that out of the way, I hope you enjoyed watching this Hangout stream of doing some side quests with Smol Kai. And good night, or good morning, afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you so much for watching, and that means all we have left is putting Smol Kai to bed. So good night. Good night.